Oh, yay. That's working. Okay, so we fixed that by restarting the stream stuff. Now I wonder if I can fix the TikTok side of things. Because TikTok's the one that's really being problematic. Is it? Hey, I think we got it working. I don't know what... I hate this. I hate this. I don't know why everything decided today that we're just going to say, hey, Chief, we're just gonna not want to work. But it is what it is. How's everyone else's Labor Day going? Because mine's just going fantastic after all these issues going on. I am so sorry for everyone that was... Oh, wait. I am hearing myself. That is another stupid thing that TikTok does, is it plays the audio back when you're actually listening to yourself. It is... There's definitely some stuff that they definitely haven't optimized with this. Yeah, but I am so sorry for everyone that was experiencing any issues. Yeah, I've been having extreme technical difficulties, live and learn. I normally have this, I've had this, flow figured out for a while that it's just been working, and then all of a sudden it's just like, no, we're, not gonna want to cooperate today. Man plans, God laughs, I guess. Anyway, you've just been meditating. Well, I appreciate you sticking around, Vampire. Because, the Chief ain't feeling like the Chief of Geeks today. Even worse. Okay, there we go. I was like, what the hell? My stream... Everything just does not want to cooperate today. Can we get a desk tour? Not really, it's messy. There's just, it's not like dirty, there's just junk all over. And it's not really that big of an area. Contrary to popular belief, most of the room is the bar area over there. Eventually I will be doing a YouTube to go through this and document my entire home lab and everything like that. I've been getting through a lot of YouTube content. I don't know if you've noticed. I actually have not one, not two, not three, but 4 videos so far this week. Don't expect that to be a normal thing. It just happened to be that I had a backlog of a lot of content and I finally got around to editing it. And then what I've also been doing is my Twitch live streams. There's some good segments on there, so I've actually been going to Twitch, pulling the content out there, and making it into separate videos, like the Gamers Nexus video that I reacted to yesterday. That is going to be its own YouTube video because I realize a lot of people that can't make it to my streams that want to be there because there's time differences, all this stuff that goes on. But yeah, anyway, what's a good end-to-end communication app? Signal. That's the one I and all of my buddies at DEF CON are using. I'm even part of some DEF CON related Signal chats still. But that's the one everyone pretty much goes to. My other option would be Matrix Protocol with Element as the front-end app that I use for that. That's not as popular. And I know everyone's going to say, well, what about this app and that app? Here's the reality. You need user base. Now, in the cybersecurity community, we all agree WhatsApp with the metadata collection is not that great. Signal has been the main one. What do you think of the UK Online Safety Act? I've already talked about this, beating a dead horse about different things. There's YouTube content, there's TikTok videos, there's more TikTok videos coming out. But the long and short of it is, UK Online Safety Act is bad. In fact, I have another video of me reacting to a British content creator that I pulled from my Twitch, speaking of earlier, so that that'll be out, I think, in a day or two. Let me see. pull that out. If I can go to my YouTube, I can actually give you an idea, because I didn't want to release multiple videos in the same day, so I've just been backing them up, one after the other. Although the video that came out today was about how debt collectors are now using stolen information from data leaks. So all those leaks that have come about, everyone's like, oh, well, my data's already out there. Why should I care? Yeah, it's going to be basically biting a lot of people in the butt that have debt collections, because now that information can be bought by divorce lawyers, private investigators, debt collectors, and all in an effort to track you down. That's right. All of your leaked usernames, passwords, all that information that's been leaked in other data breaches. Yeah. And here's the thing. It's all 100% legal in the USA to do that, because we don't have any right to privacy. And like I've been telling y'all, stop being so laissez-faire with your data, start hounding your politicians, and there needs to be laws and regulations around this, because it's only going to get worse from here. Didn't the government just pull up someone's signal messages? Would you still recommend it? No, they did not. Everyone's reading into that. The most Signal can give you is metadata. And the signal messages the government pulled up was because they added a journalist to the chat, if we're talking about Pete Hegseth. Yeah, so when it comes to Signal, it's fine. They've been audited to hell and back. They are still pretty good. Hey, Scooby, what's going on? I do not know what's going on with TikTok, though. TikTok seems to be getting jittery right now. But, wait, is it all of them? That's weird. I should be just fine on data. Well, I don't know. OBS is being a little bit derpy right now. We'll see how this stream levels out. Yeah, I'm just having all sorts of tech issues today. Have you ever used prompt injection? Yeah. The glitching seems to be something I think is up with my ISP. I'm going to check my down detector. I really hope there is not an issue right now. It doesn't say there's an issue. I mean, more people are reporting issues, but it's an ISP, so that doesn't mean anything, really. TikTok has a delay right now. Well, TikTok was giving me problems, period, to connect with it earlier. Like, I had to restart the stream twice over on the other platforms, thinking it was, something on my machine. TikTok's having issues. I'm just going to be honest with you. And I am multicast to different platforms. So if y'all want, you can check it out. I'm on the purple site, the red site, and the green site. So, yeah. Can you hack a PS2? I haven't done it in a minute, but you can do mod chips and stuff like that. Then the second event was them using a third-party app. Yeah, the third-party app, that's not Signal's fault. Everyone's just trying to do other apps, and I'm like, just stick to the first-party app. Looking to get into pen testing to use Hack the Box pen test path. Is it worth it? No. Because this is what I tell everyone that wants to go into pen test, because they're like, ooh, it's, you know, new, shiny, and, you know, we get to attack things. Pen testing is the hardest part of cybersecurity to get into as a career. Plain and simple. There's no ifs, ands, or buts around that. It is the hardest part. And you need to work on practical skills. And the problem is that people that go straight into red teaming but don't understand anything about the blue teaming, you're going to be at a disadvantage not only in the field to be hired, but when you're out in the field to work it, because you're going to be working up against technologies that you're not going to have a lot of understanding of, because a lot of these tools are enterprise focused. For example, zero trust network access. It's a lot more different than a VPN with app segmentation and things like that. And if you have no understanding of that, you're not going to be able to understand a lot of other concepts that go on in an enterprise. I mean, if you're thinking just, oh, Active Directory exploit, people are moving away from Active Directory into Intune and stuff like that. So my advice for every pen tester is, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's improbable to go straight into pen testing. The better thing for you to do, start out, do your IT and cybersecurity basic background stuff, and, you know, get a few years of blue teaming under your belt, then go red teaming. I'm starting to go that way as well. And almost all the best pen testers I know started that same route as well. I know everyone looks at pen testing as like, ooh, it's going to be fun and learn and all this stuff. And, you know, I can attack things. No, it's not going to be as glitz and glammy as you think it is. Red teaming jobs are even harder to come by than blue teaming jobs. That's just the reality of it. And a lot of those red teaming gigs, basically, they have to go by contracts to hire it because most companies don't have an ongoing pen testing environment as much as they should. And then they hire other companies to do it maybe quarterly. So you have to be with an outfit that's going to be able to get a lot of people coming in. Is it similar to black hat, white hat? Well, black hat, white hat are general terms. Basically, white hat is you're hacking to protect people and you're doing ethical disclosure on things like that. Black hat is just you're doing things that are unethical. Straightforward. Would you say bug bounty hunter is a good career choice? Well, I mean, if you want to be like Dog the Bounty Hunter, sure. Yeah, I mean, that can be good if, you know, you have the physical stamina for it. Now, if you mean a bug bounty hunter, no. That's even tougher because the issue is you are now competing against thousands of other people that are all trying to find the same bugs. And not only do you have to make sure that you're the first person to actually get that bug to get the bounty, but not all companies are going to pay and pay on a schedule that makes sense for you to live off of. It is a very tough prospect. Most of the people I know that do bug bounty hunting, they do it as a side business. They do it in addition to their regular job. So, yeah. First stream I've caught since I moved to uni. Nice, random. Pen testing is hard because you have to be trusted in the field. Yep. Electric scooters need to be very regulated in Europe today. I had 6 close calls. What do you mean by that? You ever were detected while in mainframe? Barely anyone uses a mainframe. Like, do people like throw these terms around when they're not familiar with the field and like, I got into the mainframe? Mainframes are not really a commonly used technology. They are a totally different thing. And if you're thinking of a server, no, it's apples and oranges. I mean, it's like all mainframes are servers, but not all servers are mainframes. Like all whiskeys are, what is it? All bourbons are whiskeys, but not all whiskeys are bourbons situation. Why'd you have such trouble with YouTube upload? I don't know what was going on. My internet was kind of flappy for a little bit, then it evened out. TikTok was having major issues for me to connect. The Windows Streambox that I use was having issues. Like, everything that could have gone wrong did go wrong this afternoon. Where do you hack into nowadays? Well, when it comes to hacking, I mean, you can hack code, you can do a bunch of stuff. People think of hacking as like this only nefarious thing that you get into a system, but hacking means a broad sense of things. So I follow the free software definitions of hacking, the original one from MIT, which is that, are you, manipulating something to make it work for your needs? That's a hack. And not all hacks are in a computer. The term life hacks actually comes from that idea. So a lot of people get the whole idea of hacking wrong, where it's like, oh, it has to be this illegal, nefarious thing that you're getting into a system. No, hacking just means, oh, I hacked together this code to do exactly what I need. I forked this project over here and I hacked in this feature. Murphy's Law. Yeah, Murphy's Law hit me hard like a ton of bricks at the start of this stream. Use Kisnet for fun. Do you daily stream? I don't daily stream. I just, I usually do a Sunday, Monday, Wednesday stream, sometimes Fridays, but lately I've been adding additional days, especially because it's thank you for the follow there, Turling Drone. I've been adding extra days because I just had the time and I felt like it. But I've been working on my content creation in general. Took me 10 plus years to become a pen tester. Yeah, I can totally understand that. Most of the people I know, they've been in the field years before they actually got to the point for pen testing. Crypto Glenn is live too. Yeah. Do you work from home? Sometimes. Yeah, I do have to work on my kick integrations to my OBS soon. I need to work on that with Stream Elements and the overlays and everything. I just haven't gotten around to it. Same with YouTube. I got to do that. TikTok, unfortunately, the integrations are crap. They are. I've tried doing as much as I can to enhance the live side of it, but the problem is TikTok doesn't actually take live streaming seriously. They don't. I haven't seen Sleeps around lately. He must be busy. I'll have to hit him up on Signal. I know he's been busy because he was working on getting his some cybersecurity certs. I think he was trying to follow up on a CISSP himself, the same cert that I have. So, yeah, he could just be busy. But yeah, he's a great dude. We chat once in a while. He's been trying to come out to DEF CON. He hasn't made it the past few times, of course, but eventually when he does, I'd love to hang out with him. Yeah. Anyway, now that we got this going, we've got some things to look at. So let's see, we've got... When Sleeps goes, that's a big deal. Oh, yeah. What certs are best for starting? So, the honest truth is, I didn't have any certs when I started. I didn't have any college degree, really, when I started. I actually I've been in the field for about 10 years before I got my first cert. My first and only cert that I have right now is the CISSP. Go big or go home, I guess. Use Pi for torrent? No, I don't use a Pi for a torrent. If anything, I would use a seed box for that, but I don't have a seed box set up for that stuff yet. Although with the way everything's going, I probably will be leaning that way. But if I do, it'll probably be somewhere in the Netherlands or something. Raspberry Pi for, torrenting and all that doesn't really make too much sense unless you're, setting it up with external storage to really host it all. Do you think EU chat control can trace Meshtastic? No. The reality when it comes to Meshtastic is is localized. So unless you're having it go through an internet gateway with MQTT, which a lot of people are not doing, it's not going to really be seen because it's going over radio. So in the EU, you'd be using the 868 megahertz band. In the US, you'd be using 915 megahertz. And anyone local to your area that also has Meshtastic can then talk to each other. Same thing with MeshCore, if you're using that. But yeah, I was going to use an SSD with Pi 4. At that point, I'd just say use a regular desktop. It's really going to make half a dozen the other if you're talking about locally hosting it. But yeah. Torrent protocol is not illegal, but what a lot of people are using it for is, look, I used to be against pirating and all of that stuff. Well, let me put it this way. I grew up with LimeWire, Kazaa, Winamx, all that stuff, as I talked about in prior content. But lately, it's been getting to the point where I am just, so tired of having to sign up for new platforms, having to sign up to different platforms because suddenly this show moves, or like you'll have a situation where, what was it? I think Brooklyn Nine-Nine, for example, was on a few seasons with Hulu, but then the rest was on Peacock. Yeah. Labor Day, isn't that May 1st? No, Labor Day is September, the first Monday in September in the USA. That's our Labor Day. Is that changeable on the radio or the chips are different? I think they're different. I'm not entirely sure. I think they are. I could be wrong. Could be wrong on that. I haven't really played with it much, so I haven't tried. I haven't been to Europe to play with my Meshtastic since I got it. Because if I go back to Europe sometime, what I'll probably do is I'll end up buying another device that's programmed to 868 megahertz, and then I'll take my device to Europe and see if I can reflash it to make it work. It's not wide enough of a band to make a difference, but I think the big difference will be the antenna, because a 915 megahertz antenna is going to be different than an 868 megahertz antenna in terms of what it's tuned to. It should be close enough that it could work, but it's not going to have the best signal. Yeah, you got to get a tuned antenna, exactly. Like, it'll work, but it won't work as well as you want it to. That's what I'm saying. Any thoughts on the new Windows 11 update about corrupting the SSDs? Yeah, I've said it before. It's Windows. What else are you going to expect? I mean, most of my devices are on Linux, except for my one Windows 11 Enterprise stream box here that runs my streams. That was the reason why my streams were messing up today. Also, I love how everyone's like, whenever I get on stream, I always have people like, well, I guess that's what happens when you stream on Linux. I'm like, no, I'm using Windows to stream. That's Windows problems. I start my CB radio licensing next year. You got to get a license for CB? In the US, you don't. CB's been license free, I think, since the 80s. Now, ham radio and GMRS, you do need a license for in the US. I know that. Def not upgrading to Windows 11. Well, if you want to stay on Windows, you have to. Otherwise, come to the dark side. We have open source fresh-baked cookies, moonshine, and red lightsabers. Install Linux. Thought about Intel ME. I've already talked about that for years. I have laptops that don't have it enabled out the box. Everyone thought I was crazy for years. Oh, you know, you want to Google yourself? Oh, okay. Oh, you know, don't want to, like, you want to get into encrypted messaging and all that? Oh, okay. Like, I used to be called the crazy guy, and now suddenly everyone's like, so how do I install Linux? Bruh. But Intel ME, you know, with vendors that don't enable it. Now, the problem is, are you trying to make jokes? Sort of. But it is my life where everyone, like, you know, just kind of brushes me off as a crazy person until the reality hits. Like, I remember back when I was in high school, I was talking about, look, the government's probably listening to all of our communications, and there's probably some closet somewhere siphoning all of our data. And everyone thought I was crazy. Then the NSA reveals the truth. How AT&T had a closet, basically doing exactly that. But yeah, what I was saying about Intel ME, though, you can just get vendors that are Linux first. The Linux first vendors usually have a Intel ME disabled. So I know System 76 does it. I know Tuxedo Computers does it. I know Nova Custom will disable it. It's an option in there for free. Purism also disables it. But Purism takes the extra step, as does Nova Custom, where you can have a open source BIOS on there. Now, Intel Management Engine isn't really completely disabled because you do need it to boot. But how it works is it's on just for booting the machine, then it disables itself after the boot sequence is finished. Would I be able to use an R620 MOBO without a chassis? Yeah, just put it on a cardboard box. Just make sure you're insulating it from anything that could actually be conducting electricity. When I do my power on self tests when I'm building machines, I always put everything together on the motherboard box. Just the motherboard with the CPU, the memory, the cooler, and then just enough to output video. And then I do a power on self test with all the components in there, and just turn it on, and then I install everything in the case. So same concept there. Yeah, I've seen people do some pretty clever things. I know a guy that actually, he's a woodsmith as well, and he actually created himself a wooden box for his server, and it looks really nice. It's like a stained, it looks like mahogany. It looks like a piece of furniture. I swear to God, it looks beautiful. But yeah. Is it easier to migrate my stuff to Linux from Windows? More or less. There's only a few applications that you might have issues with. Now, if you do any content creation, specifically streaming, you might have some roadblocks there, because you can run OBS, but the issue that I have is like the Elgato Stream Deck, the teleprompter I have, the key lights I have. I have not really played with getting that over to Linux yet, and the capture cards too. But as far as gaming and all that stuff, I don't have any issues, except for kernel level anti-cheats, which... F that crap. I'm not installing a game with kernel level anti-cheats, even if I'm on Windows. So, as fun as Battlefield 6 would look to play, I'd rather just say, no, I'm not installing that crap and go find another game. To that note, I have Borderlands 4 pre-ordered. So, that comes out, September 12th? So, I will be playing that. I accidentally ordered an R620 Mobo instead of an R720 Mobo, and it cost me money to send it back. You can probably, if you want, look up chassis on, like, Newegg and stuff like that if you want, but you can run it without a case. Just be careful with it, of course. I'm doing alright, Los Santos. I'm going to download Linux once Windows 10 support ends next year. Windows 10 support, I thought, is ending this October, not next year. Let me double-check that. Let's go to endoflife.date. If you don't know this website, I highly recommend it. So this is endoflife.date. This is where we go for all of our end-of-life dates on our products. Did they extend it? Oh no, that's Windows 10, 21H2, Enterprise, and IoT versions. So, yeah, the LTSs are still supported, but I think the standard ones are over. Hack Nexus Discord. Maybe? I don't know. I've been bouncing around from different Discords. I'm not as active in Discord outside of mine and a couple others. Just 10 end of life. I could have sworn it was this year. Yeah, October 14th, 2025. Yeah, that's the official end of life date for consumer Windows 10. Doc, Robot, Alan, Winnie. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm probably in that one. I just haven't been active. I need to clean up my Discords because I have been flooding him with a lot. But yeah, Windows 10 is ending October like I thought. I was like, I know there was a reason why I rushed to do my Windows 11 testing for this. Join sometime, bro. We really miss you. Yeah, I've just been busy. I'm normally either at work, making content, or in my own Discord. And if I'm not doing that, I'm saying F society and I'm watching TV. Like right now, I got into a few anime shows. There's Gachiakatu, I think it is. It's this interesting take on like a world where you can turn trash into like interesting items where there's these givers, and it's really interesting. There's only like 8 episodes in right now. And then of course I've been still catching up with Dr. Stone. They should be finishing that season up this year. And Dandadan. I've been watching that too. So between that, I kind of have a full plate many times. And when I don't, yeah, and when I do go out, I'm usually going to like DEF CON local groups and stuff like that. What's the title? Hold on. Let me make sure I got it. Gachia Kuta. This. So it's an interesting show. I spotted it when I was on Crunchyroll. But yeah, it's been an interesting show. I definitely recommend it. Do they have like a, yeah, so the city where the civilized class live and the slum where the descendants of criminal tribesfolk gather are the two sides of society separated by high walls, and below the ground, a dump site for trash and where criminals are exiled is feared even by the people of the slum. Orphaned boy Rudo lives in the slum with his foster parent Regto, earning a living by carrying out criminal activities in the town. Though urged by Regto to stop doing dangerous activities before he gets caught, Rudo has no intentions of stopping, as he convinced this is the only way to make money, and even out with Regto for raising him. However, one day he comes home only to find Regto murdered, and he is ultimately accused by everyone for the gruesome crime. As he is sentenced into the abominable pit, Rudo vows with fury to kill the person responsible and all of society who accused him of murdering his family. Yeah, so it's actually a really interesting story. Yeah, definitely recommend it, as well as Dandaran and Dr. Stone. Those have been fun ones to watch. Is there any profound idea in the anime? It's really interesting, and it deals with this idea of classes inside of, you know, humanity, and just giving a different perception on, you know, so many different... I'm not trying to give away too much. Just say it's good. What OS am I running? Pop! OS Linux. Just enrolled into college and plan on going to DEF CON. Nice. There's the reason the Japanese stick to one child. I think that's China. Japan doesn't have the restriction on kids. Funny story, I met you when I was 13. You gave me cyber advice. I'm 18 now, and I now have 15 cyber sex certs. Nice. That's really cool to hear. Like in Ghost in the Shell, where there's emergence of human AI intelligence to avoid over-specialization. Yeah, that was a really great show. I loved Ghost in the Shell. That was one of my all-time favorite animes. In fact, I don't know if anyone's noticed this, but my mouse pad here, that's Motoko Kusanage. I love that anime. It's just, it's so great. But yeah, holy shit, yeah, you're right, Vampire. 5 years? I am old! There are people that have watched my content officially as kids now getting to be adults and getting jobs. I am old! I don't understand why U.S. houses are so insecure. Well, have you met Americans? We're just insecure people. Have you ever played Deus Ex? Of course I have. Haven't played in a while. I have it in my library, though. I should probably play that again sometime. But who has the time? So, we do have some videos to go through. Let me pull it up. Okay, so... Oh, god damn it, Red Fang. What did you send me? Okay, so... Alright, we're gonna see what this TikTok is that you sent me. I gotta set up the audio to route out because I just rebooted the computer here. Okay, that should be fine. Gits is my favorite to this day, but I rewatched it half a year after a decade and a half. It now looks pretty childish. Well, you have to remember, it was like in the 90s. The things were totally different. Alright, so... let's see what this TikTok is that you sent me, Red Fang. I hate this when you get sent a link, you know, you have like... No, I don't want you... And then this is the other issue, like they do not make TikTok for you. Like, it doesn't come up unmuted, and then you have, like, all these notifications blocking the buttons that you want to click. Okay.
You know that the UK is actively trying to shut down Steam and change it forever. I'm sorry to everyone in the EU and all the people that thought that the EU was going to be their safe.
So I've actually heard about this.
News, but make sure that you're following me, bookmark this, and share it with everyone you know who uses Steam. Due to the UK Online Safety Act that was passed in 2023 that has been steadily rolling out over the last couple years, the UK has cracked down on Steam's age verification services and gave Steam and Valve an ultimatum. Of course, as any government tries to grab power will tell you, it is so that they can protect the children. That ultimatum being either verify the ages of the users on your platform or be shut down in the UK. Now, Valve, being an American company, does not have to comply with the UK's laws and restrictions.
On that point, I think what Valve's response should have been was an American flag waving with a bald eagle screeching down. That would have been an appropriate response, I think, to this. Anyway, I digress.
You believe the United States won the war in the 1700s? However, because of their player base, because of the care that they have for their fellow gamers in the UK, they have decided to comply in what they believe is the most secure and private way possible for all of their users. So if you are in the UK, just know that your credit card information is now public to your government. It means if the UK deems that you're too young or that it's not compatible for you, they will tell you no. Steam has chosen to reveal the ages of UK residents.
Do you know how dumb this whole idea is? I'm just going to be honest. Did the UK government not understand children can just take their parents' credit card with or without their knowledge? And you think that kids haven't done that? Good God. The UK is so out of touch when it comes to this whole thing. And they think, oh, yeah, we're going to be able to, protect children this way. But we're not going to say crap about Roblox. Okay, what's this other one that you got? Red Fang sent another TikTok over here, so let's see this. God damn it. Once again, TikTok. If somebody has you open up, it should actually be unmuted.
Billionaires. Internet ID verification not only doesn't work, but has been found to make things worse. ID verification for websites both have been a hot button issue.
Yep.
5 states in America, as well as the United Kingdom, have adopted similar rules.
I've been saying this for years. This is a bad idea.
Outcomes of these rules in the UK, they come to find more traffic to the sites that don't require an ID and a higher use of VPN apps.
Yep.
Story short, these rules don't protect the user. They simply make it more likely that the user ends up on harmful sites.
Yep.
Have had to look for otherwise. And keep in mind, none of this stuff is cheap. The Hub is said to be paying close to $13 million a day to age verify in Indiana. That's really expensive, but it almost forces smaller sites to shut down or break the law.
Yep.
Breaking another one when the cost to do it legally is already out of reach. In fact, when they studied sites in the UK, they found that the regulations being in place just slowed down the law-abiding sites and gave a boost to the ones that ignored the age verification rule altogether. And in the UK and US places...
Did I not call this? Did I not say people are going to go to more seedy sites than verify, and verifying is just going to open up a bigger black hole into having your data breached and your data leaked and then compromised? I said this. I said this even before it was put into law.
Where these rules are in effect, VPN usage is straight up through the roof.
Yup.
And that's a good thing. There's a going theory that adult content has been one of the biggest catalysts for innovation in the internet era and technology, period. In fact, some of the most impactful new technology we have seen made its initial impact in the adult industry. When cable was new, it was the access to that kind of content that drove the initial demand.
Skinemax.
The first industries to use and market the VHS tape.
Oh yeah. So all of us remember that section our parents would go to and they disappear in the back and then tell you to wait outside. Yeah, that's what blows a lot of my mind, basically, is just how out of touch people are to not realize you're not protecting kids. You're controlling adults. And even so, you're just going to go to more risky websites and things like that. And even then, so I've always been a person that said you don't need a VPN if you're on your own home network unless you're trying to get around geo blocks. But now we're at the point where we're having to regularly get around geo-blocks that you almost have to have a VPN to be able to access the internet as it was intended. The problem being that I can see is that eventually those walls are going to be closing in if we allow this to continue, where they're just going to have the internet be this, like, clean, sanitary side on the surface, and then we're going to be the nefarious criminals, and we're going to have to go to darknet just to be able to do half the shit that we normally do now every day without thinking about it. Think about it. Think about all the things they're regulating right now. Do you really think that it's not a matter of time until people start saying, well, then I'm just going to go on Tor, and then I'm going to go on Dread instead of Reddit, or, you know, find a lot of these other services, and then it's going to be more anonymous, and you're going to have a bigger problem, because now you're not going to be able to have any logs on anyone. And I know Tor has exploits you can have de-anonymized, but Valid's going to be coming out, and that's unstable right now. That's a product that was pushed by Cult of the Dead Cow. I was there at the launch party at DEF CON 31. They're going to be there with a stable version, they said, before DEF CON 34. And it's only a matter of time before the internet as we know it shifts into either a way we don't like it, or we fight to keep it the way it is. We can do BBSs. BBS ain't going to be that anonymous. We all have to telnet in. A telnet connection's not that secure. Yeah, there's a discussion here in the UK about banning VPNs. So basically, y'all can become just like China. Is that really the direction the UK wants to go? And then, like, I know the UK is trying to go after 4chan and Kiwi Farms. Again, not a particular fan of both of these platforms, but I do support the fight that they're taking up to the UK, because the UK is overstepping.
Video streaming like Netflix happened there first. The same with online payment systems, live streaming, VR, I could go on, but it's all stuff we use today, minus the VHS tape. To me, this is especially relevant as the US government uses companies like Palantir to develop AI to track and store all of our data online, for whatever purpose. To me, this is
Yeah, I know, UK wants to backdoor all the Apple devices. I've talked about that in the past.
In our future lives. And as much as I'd prefer them not putting their desire for all of your data on the safety of your kids, the attempts to control your data are failing, and the average person is proving to be smarter and more capable of using the tools available than they could have ever imagined. And if you ask me, as these tools become more important, as the attempts to regulate personal freedoms get stronger, hearing about everyday citizens resisting in the ways that they can, and it working, makes for some...
You got cut off there, buddy. Make for some great what? But anyway, yeah, I know the UK is trying to backdoor, Apple encryption and everything. The funny thing is, I was reading into this, I think we talked about it yesterday on stream. So, they, the big pushback was actually coming from the Trump administration, which, funny enough to me, the Trump administration, during their time, had the FBI trying to backdoor Apple, and it went through court after court after court, and eventually Apple won. Then the FBI had to back down and realize, getting backdoor access to devices and all of this with legal wiretaps is what allowed Salt Typhoon to then intercept every communication in America, and then the FBI and CISA, I think, was it only just last year, had to actually come out and say, we recommend every American use an end-to-end encrypted chat app like Signal. The FBI had to go walk with their tail between their legs and realize they've been on the wrong side of this argument the whole time. And the UK is going to FAFO really fast. And it's funny that the Trump administration is now fighting the UK government to say, no, you can't backdoor Apple, when the Trump administration was literally trying to backdoor Apple in their first term. Like, my, how the turntables. The Russian Federation has a register of approved users of VPNs, businesses which need. Yeah, same as China. In China, you're not allowed to have a VPN, but there are people that use it for business uses, of course, because the VPNs are a part of business. So this is going to be a problem with the UK in general. Okay, let's see. What did the Bedrock put up? We're talking about locks. As a person that likes to lockpick, let's do it. So, American versus European exterior doors. Okay, so I actually did live in Europe, so I have a good familiarity and background with European locks, at least of the German variety. And definitely US locks. I, of course, being me, I have a locksmith. I get good locks. But even though I have good locks, I still pair it up with cameras and alarm system because locks only keep honest people out. That's the honest truth.
Hello everyone, I just wanted to show you how standard front doors in United States look like. For example, if you go to
What is that accent?
and Home Depot,
is that like Wisconsin?
Find under selection of front doors. So what we have here is basically standard front door that you can find in any of those stores.
No, it seems more Slavic of a accent. Sorry, I'm just fixated on the accent.
Better quality door because it is metal door, and the reason we bought metal is because
maybe
we
Dutch.
In Florida, in our previous door, which looked similar, but it was built out of wood, basically disintegrated. So let me just show you how.
I like how she's just being chill while there was a wasp there.
But the door itself is basically this is metal on the outside, and it comes with the frame. So the frame and door is all in one package, and the frame is wooden. So you can see this is wooden, and so it's wooden on all sides except on the bottom.
What's up, Road Geek?
So this is wood too. This is also wood, and it comes with one hole for the doorknob. So we got the lever.
That's interesting because I always have deadbolts,
which I prefer because it makes it easier to open. Like if you have your, if you have hands full or whatever, you can just, like just push it and you're inside instead of the standard round knob, which is pretty common in the United States, which drives me nuts.
They're common, but you can easily replace them. I've seen a good amount of both.
Whatever, and just you keep turning and turning and turning, and it just, it refuses to open. So anyway, love this. You can
especially when you have like grease from working on cars, it's just lovely.
You buy a doorknob separately. You install it, and
I would punch that door to see how strong. I would kick it.
So this is pretty much standard.
Put my 511 boots and bam!
Any of the stores. So the way it works is basically you just push it and the door opens. So the only downsides are that doors they have an issue. So
her door's not framed right. You see that gap there? That's not installed right. That's not supposed to be that. I can tell you that.
Quite often, what happens, you'll get water intrusion. Like, for example, let me just show you, kind of like when you try to close.
Yeah, that's a big gap.
There's a gap.
Like, you need to get some great stuff foam and spray that down at least, but that door was not framed right.
Frame starts disintegrating. Yeah, but that's pretty much it. That's how they look like, and let me just show you. So yeah, on the inside you have, this is how it looks like, and the way to lock the door, you just...
Yeah, do you see the whole door here? You see how this 2x4 is protruding there? I think there used to be a door here, which is why you see the gap down there. So this is not a good example of a door here. This was crappily installed with a new door. I'm just telling you from experience, having worked on my house and everything. This is not right. This is like landlord special, as we call it.
You know, you push this inside, and you...
Yeah, you see... Hold on. I want to show you that. You see how the latch is down here, and then you have it up here? That tells me it was not installed right, or this is an install of a new door that was not installed right. But either way, there used to be something here.
Just, you know, you push this
like maybe a
inside,
deadbolt or something.
and you push the door, and the door locks. So to unlock it, you just do this, and the door unlocks. So the only problem is that the frame and door and wood and all of that is, you know, a bit of a problem in Florida, because what happens, like, the moment we installed it.
No, the issue isn't that it's an American door. It's whoever installed your door did a crap job. Because I'm going to tell you, that liquid protrusion that she's talking about, that shouldn't be happening. Trust me. I'm not by no means in Florida, but I can tell you, at least with the door in my house, it does not look like that. It does not get that bad. I mean, my house was in a pretty good amount of disarray when I got it. But between that gap and everything, that tells me the landlord, whoever, did not install this properly. And I doubt she owns this property, because that would have not passed inspection. I'm just telling you. This all would have not passed inspection.
Door, we noticed that the wooden parts of the door started peeling off, and
Yep, landlord special, exactly.
You know, we haven't even finished installing the door. So basically that's it. That's a standard American front door to the house. That
is not a standard American door. I'm going to tell you that is not a standard American door. That may be to you, it looks like a standard in your complex, but yeah, that is not up to code. Well, it may not be up to code, but that may not be as much, but I can tell you that that was not appropriate, that door. And that is definitely not typical. I do have a metal door. I can tell you that. I have two holes. I have a, phrasing. I have a deadbolt and I have a regular lock. But yeah, that is not right. I would have had whoever installed that door fired and get someone that actually knows how to frame a door properly.
This is what you can find in most of the stores. Just to
That's not in most of the stores.
This is
I can tell you, Menards is better than that.
And that's pretty much it. So yep, there's this is wood, and wood is inside as well. Inside the frame is, you know, inside of the door is built with wood. So that's it. If you guys have any questions, leave them in the comment section.
Okay, so where's European?
Hey guys, just wanted to show you how front doors of apartments in Croatian.
Okay, she's from Croatia.
So let's say this is your apartment, and this is your private.
Like we said, apartment. That is specific to that landlord. Because I'm going to tell you, having been in Germany, having been in Portugal, having been in France, the locks do vary. Look, I know I'm the weird guy that actually pays attention to handles and locks. But this is totally different. Now, you're talking about a Florida landlord. Yeah, some of them are scummy and are going to be, you know, ripping you off and stuff like that. Like I said, the issue with that door was that was landlord special. That was, we're just going to install a cheap door. It wasn't even installed right. It was just jank. Now, when you're talking about a lot of European apartments, they generally are a bit more strict on landlords and the quality of these apartments and everything than they are in the U.S. I'm just telling you, in the U.S., the upkeep and how hard they come down on landlords, it doesn't vary just state to state, but locality to locality. So some cities will be harder on it, like that you can get on their case. But also a lot of Americans do not do what is necessary to stick it to your landlord. Like if you have an issue with your landlord, set up an escrow account, put the money for the rent in there. Tell the landlord, I have your money set aside. It has to be an escrow. This isn't like, oh, I'll pay you later. This is put it aside in an escrowed account, make a complaint, and go through the legal system. And there are plenty of lawyers out there that have free services. As long as the money's in escrow and you work through that process, they cannot kick you out for working on that. But a lot of Americans do not do this. And for some reason, I do not know why. I've had this happen with several of my friends. They think, oh, I'll just not pay the landlord. And then, I'll, fight them to get the fixes. No, you have to have the money in escrow. I know, like, F landlords and all that, but you have to still make sure that the money is set aside to be paid. Now, you can take the money out for repairs that you render when going through the legal process, but the money still has to be set aside and deal with your lawyer on that.
So this is your front door. This is how the front door looks like. It looks like a regular door anywhere in the United States. You open a door and you walk in, right? But it is not that regular. So let me show you what I mean by that. So the average thickness of the front door is almost 3 inches. Okay, this is
I'll simply explain why that is. They actually build their buildings to last. So if you go into Europe, and I can say this on average, having been to living in Germany, being in Portugal and in France, they build their buildings to last. You are literally in buildings sometimes that are not just decades old, but sometimes hundreds of years old. Like buildings that have, been there since the Soviet bloc. Yeah, and she's using inches in Croatia. That is a funny thing to point out there. She's using inches in Croatia. Because I would have said this is like 8 centimeters. 8, maybe 10 centimeters. Yeah, about 10 centimeters.
It's very thick. It is metal frame with sort of like a wooden decorative siding.
Oh, and they have these kind of doors, by the way, in Israel, too.
Is metal. When let's say you are coming home, you want to unlock your doors, or actually lock your doors. Let's say you are leaving your apartment and you want to lock your doors. You turn the key once, and then you turn the key second time, and you see all these bolts, how they come out. They go into...
By the way, you can get that installed in the U.S. if you want.
Right here. Safe. And then you have a...
Now, I'm pretty sure Tel Aviv is in Israel.
And these are holes for a different purpose, which is screwing...
And I'm saying this is someone that is Israeli and Palestinian relatives, so don't even go on that tangent, okay?
Here, and what happens when you lock your door, one of the bolts is located all the way here on the top. I don't know if you can see it. See here? So that comes up, and then when you unlock the door, it disappears. Okay? So this is how most of the new front doors in apartment buildings look like. It sort of reminds of a bank safe. It is extremely sturdy, very heavy, very hard door. Anyway, just thought you would...
Yeah, the difference is that they build these buildings to actually last, whereas you're talking about a Florida slumlord that's actually just building it to, this isn't even a fair comparison. You're talking about a landlord special of a building. How was living in Germany as a Jew? It was fine. I didn't have any issues, except for when you were going to find services, because, there were barely any of us. The interesting thing was, in order to get to synagogue in Germany, I had to actually track down the rabbi, get him to know me, get me on the allow list because the synagogue's locked all the time and they check for who's coming in. I had the same thing in Portugal, by the way, when I went to synagogue. Weeks in advance, I had to contact the security, give them my information of my passport, and then when I go into, before I go into synagogue for services, they're also checking my passport and everything. And they're sizing me up in a way, like, they're not like sizing you up and like making sure you answer questions right, but how you answer the questions. You know, it's just one of those things, like, if you're of a certain background, you kind of know certain things, and there's certain behaviors and things like that you pick up on. So, yeah. But yeah, overseas in Europe, they build these things to last, whereas in the U.S., it's landlord special. It's, you know, show them your circumstances. This wasn't even a fair comparison between the two, I will be completely honest. Because you're taking, like, the bottom of the barrel Florida apartment that wasn't even properly done to a new installation in Europe. She said it's a relatively new one. So that's not even a fair assessment. I would say that the apartment building she was in was probably closer to 20 or 30 years old, if not longer. But yeah. So yeah, Bedrock, it's not really that, these are bad examples that she gave. Now, I'm not saying that, you know, she isn't right on a couple things. Like I always tell people, like, okay, if you're gonna, you know, take your, the door catch, take out the 2 screws that normally come in like 3-4 inches, put in like 8 or 10 inch ones. That'll help you reinforce it from if you get kicked in. Do that on your deadbolt. Florida is an American's, it's the drippy pulse set. Yeah, Florida is not a good comparison to the rest of the U.S. I'm just going to say that. Are there things we need to do to improve things inside of U.S. construction? Absolutely. Like, I would actually, is there garage locks in U.S.? Yes. Now, whether people have them, that's up to them. Now, I would say one thing. If I could pick, I would like those kind of locks to be standard. Do not get me wrong. They are great because, you know, you have 4 bolts, all this. But it requires having a steel frame built in. But the problem is, you're building these buildings based on the different conditions in those countries. In the U.S., unfortunately, wood frame houses are going to be more cost effective than, you know, pouring concrete walls and stuff like that. But steel frame in a wooden house. Well, yeah. If it were up to me, I'd like to go back to, you know, solid houses made of brick or something like that. The reason why they don't do it anymore is it's way too expensive. In fact, when I was going to get new windows, I actually looked at getting the German-style windows, you know, the ones that you can open up, and then you can flip it up, and then get the kippen where it tilts out. I would love those windows that Germany has, but they are too expensive to have in the U.S. My fellow hammer, I have found out about Linux OS on Intel. Any fixes? Yeah, get a laptop from a company that actually has Intel ME disabled, and this is nothing new. This has been talked about for years, and it's not Mossad, it's, the NSA has been doing this for years. There's a way to disable it with a bit that you need to flip. You can optionally do it yourself, but I would not do that unless you have the know-how to do it. My recommendation is go to vendors that actually have this disabled, but the problem is, the only ones that do it out the box are Linux vendors. And those are System 76, Nova Custom, Tuxedo Computers, and Purism. Those are the companies that I recommend and the companies that I use. Yeah, the management engine. It's just, it's a bit that needs to be flipped because the NSA actually had a requirement for it to be disabled because they see the issue with it themselves. Oh, yeah. AMD is safe. AMD still has that, what is it, PSP or something like that, that needs to be disabled too. So they have a similar thing, but I think it can be more easily disabled than Intel Management Engine. I haven't exactly played with it. I should. I have an AMD system. Advice for gaming laptops. I know it's not ideal, but need the portability. Depends on what you're trying to do. What I will definitely say is avoid Razer. Those are garbage. Razer laptops are garbage. Do not get them. Do not also get Alienware. They're overpriced garbage. They were even before... They weren't garbage before Dell bought them. They were just overpriced. But now that Dell bought them, they're overpriced garbage. But Dell laptops on the business side, like a Dell XPS, those are all right. Lenovo has some gaming laptop options. Those are the ones I'd look at. The HP Omen, depending on the line, I haven't touched them in a few years, but the last one I had a few years ago is not too bad. But as far as gaming laptops, like if we're going like no holds barred, what I actually got is a Tuxedo Computer Stellaris Slim with AMD CPU and NVIDIA GPU. But that's a Linux first laptop. That is a vendor that only really focuses on Linux. You can install Windows on it, but they will, it's a flip of the script where most vendors are like, oh, you installed Linux? Well, you're on your own to support it outside of hardware issues. Whereas with Tuxedo Computers, as with System76, which is another vendor I recommend, Nova Custom also as well, those three vendors that I mentioned that are Linux first are only really going to give you primary support when on Linux. It's an interesting flip of the script. All right, so let's see what videos I had to go through. So I had a few videos that I set aside for watching on stream. I need to clean out this playlist. There was a few things I saw. Some things I skipped over because it was like, eh. Let's see what we got. Railguns, the useless billion-dollar weapon. Oh, here we are. Why is everything spicy now? So, all right. So this was a video I had set aside in my little playlist, as you can see off to the right here. Not that we'll go through every video in the playlist, but this was an interesting video that I saw pop up. I haven't gone through it. Why is everything spicy now? Now, the funny thing is, I don't think everything is spicy now, but then again, you're talking to a Moroccan Arab Jew that is actually, you know, able to eat, like, lava and be okay with it. But, yeah. Your only experience I had on Linux desktop was seeing if I could uninstall sudo. It was too easy. Yeah, Linux lets you have the power to do everything. If you want to nuke your operating system, you can do that. But anyway, it's called flavor. No, you can have a lot of spice that doesn't have flavor. Like the Bulldog ramen we tried on one stream that gave me real gut pains. That was spicy, but no flavor. And it wasn't even that spicy. But whatever concoction of chemicals they had in there had me in competition with SpaceX with my ass, okay? But let's get into this.
Have you noticed everything is spicy now? Honey is hot, nuggets are haunted by ghosts, hot sauces are everywhere, and every single chicken sandwich has
I like my hot sauce.
Like, when did the entire
It's not spicy. They just put pepper in it.
The heat? Well, this might just feel like another food trend. I'm here to tell you there's something going on, and I have the proof. Trust me, as a man who takes food very seriously, there are studies, data, and strong indicators that explain why this bizarre spicy shift is happening. This is about
because white people are dying out and the people that actually can enjoy spice can now actually have it. I don't know. Maybe. Sorry.
Psychology, culture, masochism, Gen Z, pepper economics, and so much more. It's mind-blowing. So join me as I dive headfirst into the science, suffering, and surprising truth on why everything is spicy now.
Now, what's funny is I've done the Hot Ones challenge at work, and I've gotten through all 10 levels.
Decided to introduce something that would define fast food for decades: hot sauce packets.
Oh, I thought it was diarrhea. Okay.
Functional, small, single-use pouches of mild, hot, and fire sauce. Nothing flashy, just something to drown your cheap burrito in. But as time went on, something strange happened. Taco Bell started to realize the sauce packets had a weird little fan base. People really liked them. Enough that in the early 2000s, Taco Bell began printing—
Who here had a drawer full of Taco Bell hot sauce growing up?
down. And suddenly, what started as a practical spicy condiment became a low-cost marketing tool, and other chains were paying attention. Throughout the years, and especially recently, spicy food has taken over fast food and restaurant chains. Between March and June of this year alone, US restaurant chains have launched 76 new spicy—
Yeah, painful surgery.
KFC brought back
Hope you're feeling better.
hot chicken and spicy chicken wraps. Wendy's dropped a ghost pepper chicken sandwich, and of course partnered with Takis.
That ghost pepper sandwich was not great. It was a lie. It was lies. I had no fire come out my mouth. When I hear spicy, I want to imagine that I'm a dragon being able to blow fire upon the peasants. But no.
For a fuego meal. Everywhere you go, there are spicy options for spice lovers, and people are eating it up. Literally. Social media, for example, has become obsessed with spice. Whether it's people crying on camera after biting into a ghost pepper, the one chip challenge, spicy mukbangs, or even Sean Evans asking burning questions over hot ones.
So I know I'm pausing a lot. I'm sorry, but this reminded me in the past week, one of my coworkers brought apparently a gummy bear that was 9 million Scoville. It came in a box with a plastic container, just one to itself. Well, my buddy at work, he and I both like spicy things, so I cut that in half, and we both tried it. Was kind of a letdown. It was more nasty than spice. But yeah, a real MJ. No, it wasn't an MJ bear. It was a spicy bear with 9 million Scoville. I'll have to find it sometime and maybe take it on stream so y'all can believe me that it was kind of a letdown.
Platforms like TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram have turned spicy food into content gold. If a flavor is bizarre enough, untraditional, or has a chance to make somebody potentially cry, it has viral potential.
I love putting spicy food to my white friends and seeing them cry.
And also drive sales. Let me introduce you to what I like to call the food trend industrial complex. When a food chain launches a new item and it becomes trendy, food influencers react to that item. Then other food chains launch versions of that item. Then another wave of food influencers react to those new items. And then the cycle keeps spinning over and over again until that item is everywhere. I think the best example of this phenomenon is what's happening with the sweet and spicy condiment everyone is talking about that's seemingly inescapable: hot honey.
We need to have a serious conversation. When did hot honey become such a big thing?
When it comes to condiments, hot honey is all the rage these days.
I absolutely
I've had hot honey and it's okay.
Hot honey chicken, mac and cheese.
More hot honey.
Tron Wingstop hot honey wings.
More hot honey.
Brand new hot honey popcorn.
It all gets drizzled with more hot honey.
I feel like everything's hot honey now.
There's virtually nothing that it can't go on.
Nothing that it can't go on. Nothing that it can't go on.
Chat, you know I'm gonna say it. You know I'm gonna say it. That's what she said.
The rise of hot honey is a fascinating and perfect case study on what's going on with this explosion of spicy food. This niche condiment was created in 2010 by a guy named Mike Kurtz. Mike simply started drizzling homemade spicy honey on pizzas in Brooklyn, and people loved it. So much so that he bottled it and named it, you guessed it, Mike's Hot Honey. At first, it stayed small, being located at hip food joints or specialty stores, but now you can get it at Walmart, Target, and even Amazon. But where things really started to spiral is when fast food companies jumped on the hot honey trend.
Because then it goes to shit.
A Chipotle honey chicken plus an entire hot honey menu.
Okay, their honey chicken was okay.
Rub for their wings. Subway added two hot honey subs. Dunkin' made a hot honey breakfast sandwich, which they described as hot honey kissed. Papa John's jumped in with a hot honey pizza, and of course, hot honey wings. Oh, but
Papa John's ain't even good on a bad day.
7-Eleven released their own Mike's Hot Honey partnership.
Ain't good on a good day.
McDonald's dropped a hot honey McCrispy starting in Australia. KFC released their own hot honey chicken, but my personal favorite, Ritz crackers, now have a hot honey flavor. What is happening? Have we gone too far? Is this guy the Robert Oppenheimer of sweet and spicy condiments? Take a look at hot honey honey searches on Google over time. We're at all-time highs. This is no longer a niche condiment. It's a whole damn movement. With the perfect,
you can find it in like Whole Foods and Trader Joe's. Yeah, I've had it.
Foods down our face.
Don't get me wrong, I like adding it. I like honey in general, and I like spicy. It's
is now an
perfect.
inescapable part of our food culture zeitgeist. So, does the hot condiment live up to the hype? Well, let's see.
No, because it's not spicy enough.
Local Italian joint called Domino's, and then I've got Mike's
Domino's.
Two types, the
really?
original and then the extra hot. Let's check out how this pizza's looking.
Well, it's Domino's, so it's gonna be shit.
So it's not looking bad. It's looking pretty standard. I got green peppers.
It's Domino's. So you're giving it too much credit. It's crap. We know this.
Let's do a quick smell. It smells good. It smells like honey. It doesn't really smell spicy. So I'm just gonna glaze it on a slice of pizza.
Domino's ain't that good compared to like my local mom and pop I go to.
Honestly, it was pretty meh. I was expecting it to be a little bit hotter. It's just kind of like basic honey with just a tiny bit of kick. I guess that's what
I said. It's not that hot.
Woo. So this one definitely, you could just smell the heat on it. So I'm gonna go ahead and drizzle this on and see what it tastes like.
Whew. Whew. Nothing that it can't go on.
It's actually hitting me a little bit.
Way spicier. It can't go on.
Give me that. Give me that spice.
Oh, we've reached the part of the video where I talk to you about socks and today's sponsor, Bombas. Bombas makes socks, shirts, and underwear.
Interesting sponsor spot.
For comfort. Something I feel like is weirdly rare these days. Take their socks, for example.
Go ahead, knock my socks off.
They have no seams trying to saw into your toes, no slipping down your ankle halfway through the day, and no weird bunching. 100 years ago, people thought that the future would be flying
free feet pics in this economy.
In cars. Instead, we got perfectly engineered socks, and honestly, I'm okay with that. But beyond the comfort, here's what really makes Bombas different. For every item you buy, they donate one to someone experiencing homelessness. So your comfy new socks—
I'm not. This is a sponsored spot, Hans.
So far, Bombas has donated over 150 million clothing items, which is amazing. On top of that, everything they make is backed by their 100% happiness guarantee. So if something doesn't
I would take Little Caesars over Domino's. I agree with that, especially at the cost component.
Some weird freak accident, your socks.
Because for $5, Little Caesars actually has really great pizza.
Head to bombas.com/Zachary and use code Zachary.
That's not amazing pizza. Go to your local mom and pop shop, you're gonna get some really amazing pizza. There's one I go to that's been around for like 100 years.
Okay, now back to it. So honestly, this was pretty spicy. I'm a little bit shocked with how spicy it is actually. Mike's Extra Hot definitely has some spice to it. If this was like a 1, I would give this like a 7 in terms of spiciness. But if I'm being honest, I don't really get the hype.
What do you define as hot?
So why are people freaking out over this and items like this? Well, there are scientific, cultural, and a bunch of other fascinating reasons.
Season's terrible. Yeah, we can agree with that.
Spicy food. It didn't happen by accident. And yes, it's a new obsession, and I have the proof and data to back that up. Multiple things have caused this bizarre flavor shift to occur in the last decade. Sure, for thousands of years, chili peppers have been used for flavor, preservation, and even medicine. Civilizations like the Chinese used spice in particular for medicinal purposes. The Indians mastered it for preservation.
Domino's does taste like paper cardboard.
Levels of spice have surpassed what civilizations thousands of years ago could have ever imagined, and it's all measured by a system called the Scoville scale. Here you can see how spicy foods stack up, specifically peppers. For some context, a jalapeno ranges from 2,500 to 8,000 units.
That's my mild.
Pepper clocks in at over 1 million units. But in
That's a big jump. You didn't give us a few in between, like a Serrano.
A pepper breeder named Ed Curry is largely responsible for this. And yes, his name is really Ed Curry. You can't make that up. In 2013, Guinness World Records crowned his creation the Carolina Reaper, the world's hottest chili pepper. But it didn't stop there. A decade later, he beat his own record with Pepper X. In 2023, Guinness World Records officially recognized Pepper X as the world's hottest chili pepper, with a staggering average of 2.69 million units. To put that into perspective, police-grade pepper spray is about 1.6 million units. Insane. But yes, these extreme levels of spice have only existed for the last 10 years or so, and people seemingly love it. Between 1980 and 2020, chili pepper consumption has increased from 3 pounds.
I bet he shot his ass off with all that. It ain't just sore.
The chili pepper market alone is valued at $100 million, and there's been multiple reports showing that the hot sauce industry is expected to grow over the next decade. So yeah, people love the burn. Of course, the question becomes, why though? Why do we punish ourselves via the burn? There's actually an exact term that describes this whole phenomenon called benign masochism. This refers to the human tendency to enjoy.
I think many people just had a better explanation of their entire love life as benign masochism. So I'm just going to add that to my vocabulary moving forward. It's going to be rearing its head often in the future. I'm just telling you.
Experiences that are initially perceived as negative or painful even, but are ultimately harmless and even potentially enjoyable. Capsaicin, one of the active components in chili peppers, actually triggers pain receptors in your mouth. But here's the neat trick. Your brain knows there's no actual danger. So in a moment of pure unadulterated chaos, it decides to reward you for it. It does this by releasing endorphins, those natural pain relievers that give you a sense of euphoria and dopamine.
They're also good for anti-inflammation effects, like arthritis and stuff like that too.
It's the same reason people like roller coasters, scary movies, and in some extreme cases, BDSM. Our brains treat spice.
He did not just, oh God.
Movies,
hold on.
In some extreme cases, BDSM.
He did not just put. Let's just say if you know what that building is, you should probably go to synagogue or church or whatever more often. I'm just saying. That's what took me off guard.
She even got me on camera. BDSM. Our brains treat spicy food like a tasty drug, a way to chase that endorphin high at the cost of temporary pain. But yeah, if you like spicy food, you're a stone throw away from being a certified freak. And now that I've lost all of my older viewers by making them very—
You don't need to know if you don't know what it is.
Hello, Gen Z. What's up? How about Fortnite?
How do you do, young fellas?
Low-key crazy, huh? About half of you are paying bills now. Doesn't that suck? And rent? Whew, is it out of control for you too? I hate it. Well, listen, I won't keep you too long. You actually play a massive role in all of this.
I've been banned from all churches.
Spicy food and you go hand in hand like Sabrina Carpenter and espresso. No cap. Anyways,
good God,
with subpar drip, living a little bit too much in the past, take it from here. So believe it or not, Gen Z is leading the charge in this modern spicy food renaissance. This year, a study found up to 50% of Gen Z consumers eat at least one spicy meal a week. In 2024, a different study found that half of Gen Z consumers identify themselves as hot sauce connoisseurs. And then on top
I
of
eat
that,
like 5 to 7 a week, minimum.
They bring their own condiments to restaurants now, especially hot sauces. So the younger
They're acting like this is a new thing. I've been bringing my own hot sauce for years. I went to DEF CON and I brought my own hot sauce.
generations are undoubtedly pulling this forward. Why? Well, there are multiple reasons. One being an adjustment in food diversity. It's not just that younger Spice fans are chasing a thrill. They grew up with a completely different world on their plate. Unlike previous generations, Gen Z is the most ethnically diverse in US history and has been exposed to a huge variety of global cuisine at a young age.
I've been eating spicy since I was a kid because I'm Moroccan.
Everything about myself.
Slug, harissa.
But I really want to talk about avocados. Fun fact, I didn't have an avocado until I was like 14. Not for any dramatic reason, I just wasn't exposed to it. Don't get me wrong, I had plenty of unique dishes and was exposed to some really interesting foods that were tied to my family's background and the region I grew up in. I had things some people are likely unfamiliar with, like galumpkies, chicken paprikash, or even sandwiches from Permani Bros. But avocados? They were foreign to me. And the funny thing is, now they're a staple of my diet. The point of this story is to make a larger point. food culture has shifted big time. And maybe you've noticed the shift too. Younger generations, especially,
Yeah, like my Ethiopian food.
more exposure to global cuisine and spice. And now that they have real spending power, things have changed significantly. Spices from Latin America, South Asia, and all across the world are more accessible than ever, meaning food fusion isn't just a trend, it's just food. So it's no surprise something like spice, which is used in global cuisine, is no longer a niche. It's normal now. Expected even. But normalization isn't the end of the story with younger generations. These are people raised on TikTok challenges and Instagrammable food. As I mentioned earlier, social media has become completely obsessed with spice. There are YouTube channels, TikTok accounts, and entire influencer careers.
I'll talk about the 365 purview mail encryption in a little bit. Just wait for me to get to this.
Is one of the largest on the platform. Sean's an undeniably great host, but the format they created, eating progressively spicier wings during an interview, is genius. It's tension, comedy, and suffering all wrapped up into one bingeable package. And with younger generations, especially Gen Z, where YouTube is their main form of entertainment, they're eating it up, literally and figuratively. Spicy food is dramatic, it's performative, and gets a lot of views. I was speaking to a friend of mine the other day, and she said she thinks a big reason why many of my videos blow up is because people like to see me suffer. So here I am suffering for you. In front of me, I have two famous hot sauces, Da Bomb.
Da Bomb!
Da Bomb is pretty iconic and a massive cultural touchdown of the spicy food world. And of course,
so,
Pepper X, well, as you know,
I've gone through the Hot Ones challenge and had all 10.
To try each one.
The only reason I didn't like those wasn't the spice, it's just a horrible flavor.
I'm putting the hot sauce on. Ooh, that's a good amount. I would say that's a good amount, right? Here's the Pepper X. It's coming out. Oh God. That's a lot. That is a fairly high amount. I can literally smell it from here, and it's literally like making me cry already. Like, I'm not even joking.
If those are boneless wings, I forfeit. You need to forfeit this challenge. Those are not real wings if they are boneless.
A big bite. I feel like it should have got smaller.
God damn it. You got boneless. You gotta have real wings. You need a bone. It just ain't natural.
Okay. Let's do this. Where was I?
It's gonna hit him. It takes like a few seconds to hit.
So, yes, Gen Z is fueling the fire literally. And of course, brands are paying attention. Which brings us to the final.
I told you.
Final and most important part on why spicy food is everywhere right now. It's all about the money, baby.
You're gonna be feeling that for at least 10 minutes.
Hold on.
I love how he had milk just ready to go there. If you can't handle it, you're gonna need ice cream, buddy. Ice cream and citrus.
It's not going away.
It won't.
Oh my God. Oh. We've seen niche food brands break out into the mainstream before. Avocados, pumpkin spice, even sriracha. But this time is different. And there's a major reason why. Spicy food is cheap. In particular, spicy ingredients are one of the cheapest ways to upgrade a dish. Think chili powder, hot sauce, or infused oil. They're cheap to buy, they last forever, and they don't require new equipment or training. It's the perfect storm. It's low cost, high reward. And on top of that, spicy food isn't just cheap to make, it's cheap to sell. Offering new items.
I love how you're seeing the milk just go down in his shots.
Their profit margins and keep customers engaged without actually changing their core product. Spice is the glitter of food marketing. It makes a limited time $7 chicken sandwich feel exciting and new while distracting you from the fact that it's just a chicken sandwich. Brands figured out a way to weaponize masochism, leverage Gen Z's novelty-seeking habits, and tap into our craving for pain, all by adding a cheap little kick of heat. It's not a conspiracy, it's just marketing. This is why Taco Bell built an entire vibe around spice. This is why hot honey exploded the way it did, and why everything is spicy now. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for Bombas for sponsoring this video, and thank you so much to all my Patreon supporters. You guys are the best. I feel like dying, and I need to go. Until next time, bye-bye. I'm gonna be sick. I feel like awful.
Oh, he gonna feel it in the bathroom later.
I haven't felt this way in a long time. It's a little freeing. But, yeah.
So it's not really recession food. It's just that this has been a way that we've actually enjoyed food in many cultures. So, like, I grew up as a Moroccan with sroug and harissa, which are two different spices that, like, blends. I think, like, they're kind of the same thing. Anyway, I think the sroug was more of a Middle Eastern kind of specific thing, but harissa, I've seen it go not spicy and spicy, but we grew up with spice in my family. Now, on my mother's side, we didn't have spice as much, to the point that when I cook certain dishes for my mother's side of the family, I have to intentionally tone down the spice level. Whereas in my house, we're often using cayenne, Berber, Turkish paprika, which is a little bit spicier than the other paprika that we get. But yeah, there's a few things that I just grew up with. So like I've always been raised around spice. It's not really that it's a recession food, but it is a low cost way to spice up your food flavor, pun intended. And yeah. Few parents will understand what your videos tonight represent. Yeah. But yeah, I just felt like that was an interesting thing. Now we have a couple other videos that I did want to like put in here. So, this was another one that I definitely want to check out. Debit card users beware. The ATM cash trap. So apparently this is another scam that's happening that we're going to take a look at and see what it's all about and see is it really that big of a deal, or is it something that we should learn mitigations for or such. But yeah, let's see what's going on with this.
A debit card, or
I haven't seen this video.
ATM, you need to know about this right now.
The cash didn't come out.
They were the unsuspecting victims of cash trapping.
And I thought that this was only in the United States, but someone recently saw this in London.
It's the cash. Why is the cash not coming? Go like that, put the key in, and we just twist it, and we're like, oh, there's our cash. But then it's stuck to this.
It's called cash trapping. Police say it happened twice at the Bank of America on Preston Road.
Maria Guerrero shows us how cash trapping works.
Here's how it works. The machine, there you go, the sound that it's working. But in cash trapping,
I just got stolen from. It was just a horrible feeling, just a lot of money.
In this video, I'm going to show you all how some ATMs may have set these traps to take your money. Also, at the end of this video, I'm going to show you all how to spot a cash trap device, what to do if you see one, what if your cash gets stuck, some extra safety tips, and also why this scam works so well. Let's get started right now. If you want to stay updated on things like this, subscribe to the channel today.
An international fugitive wanted for financial crimes across the world finally met his match here in North Texas. Authorities caught up with a Romanian man last week near Houston. They say
this reminds me of the guy that came to New York that was a pickpocket from Europe and learned do not pickpocket Americans. We do not F around. Because you will find out.
He was targeting customers at bank cash machines in both Louisville and Plano. Maria Guerrero shows us how cash trapping works.
I mean, it looks just like a part of the ATM. And I just thought it was going to be a door that was going to pop up and get me the money.
Jonathan Hogue's $700 withdrawal wasn't stuck in a faulty ATM machine.
I was just totally perplexed. I didn't know what to think was happening.
Ray McCormick's $100 wasn't caught in a broken cash machine either.
The cash didn't come out.
They were the unsuspecting victims of cash trapping.
I just got stolen from. It was just a horrible feeling, just a lot of money.
Yeah, I was doing forgery investigations for 32 years, and this is a new one for us.
Here's how it works.
Okay, that's what I'm interested in.
Everything looks normal. The victim will come and get cash. The machine, there you go, the sound that it's working. But in cash trapping, nothing happens right here. Okay, so instead of getting your money like this, as normal, cash trapping, nothing happens. See, crooks put in a device.
Okay, we get that idea.
Matches your cash.
Show us what it looks like.
Fits perfectly over the dispenser mechanism of the ATM machine.
Okay.
It has a special tool that is handmade by the perpetrator to remove the device.
Plano's theft happened in July at this Bank of America at Parker and...
So I want to take a look at that. Hold on. So that's interesting. So it's literally just this bar over here covering it. Now, what I'm curious about is, like, if you're at a bank ATM, why do they not have people monitoring this? And that's one thing I always like pay attention to is, do the ATMs or that look weird when I go to get cash? But normally what I do is I go inside the bank. I just always do that. There's just something freaky about getting your cash in a car if you can avoid it.
Over the dispenser mechanism of the ATM machine.
Yep.
It has a special tool that is handmade by the perpetrator to remove the device.
Plano's theft happened in July at this Bank of America at Parker and Preston in Plano.
But this individual was waiting for the person to leave, and then as soon as they left, he would come take the device off, take the cash out.
Fortunately, Hogue snapped a picture and filed a police report, leading to a multi-agency investigation and the arrest of the alleged culprit.
See, that's what I was talking about. Like, there's cameras on this device.
Where he was living. Ionut Iova, a Romanian national, is also wanted by Hungarian authorities and police in Canada, with one alleged cash-trapping fraudster himself finally trapped. Authorities urge continued vigilance.
It's crazy to see how far people will go just to steal your money. Now, I know what you're thinking.
It's not that crazy when you work in this line of work.
Check this out.
Police in Prince George's County are issuing a warning to ATM users after finding suspicious devices.
Yeah, absolutely. This is why I prefer face-to-face. I deal with my teller.
Metal plates placed over the cash slots. It's a new crime called cash trapping.
Yeah, Simone, we've warned people about bank jugging, also card skimming, and now we might be looking at a new type of crime, like you mentioned it. It's called cash trapping. Now, Greenbelt Police tells us that a person using an ATM at this Bank of America here warned them about a suspicious device just this Saturday. Alicia Hernandez says she's surprised to see that thieves have figured out another way to steal people's hard-earned cash.
It's so bad. It's so bad because area is so people working hard.
Greenbelt Police say that it was a concerned resident who notified them that there was a device blocking the money slot at the ATM on Ora Glen Court.
So officers went out there and they found it, and they were able to remove the device. After they saw that, they went out to the other banks in the area and just wanted to be proactive and do a search of all the other ATMs that were around to make sure those devices weren't anyplace else.
But there was. Police removed a second device from the Capital One Bank ATM on Greenbelt Road.
I mean, it's Capital One. They're stealing your money anyway.
The plates are adhered over the money slot, essentially trapping the money as it comes out. In the photos provided by Greenbelt Police, you can see a $20 bill attached to one of the cash traps.
Based on the way the device was set up, we weren't sure if that device was there to actually trap the money or capture the money, or if it was there set up as a distraction so that some other crimes would be committed down the road.
That's my other thought.
It's a wake-up call to be more aware.
Salem police say a Lawrence man sabotaged an ATM at the Marblehead Bank on Canal Street. Officers say Henry Sandoval de Jesus installed a trap on the cash machine, which kept the money from coming out. Now, police say the device had been used several times over the past few days, so they set up surveillance. Well, they say they spotted him removing the trap.
Now, remember earlier when I said that I thought that this was just nationwide? It just so happened that someone just did this in London. Watch this.
It's the cash. Why is the cash not coming? So we go, okay, let's put the cash stuck there. So we go like that, we put the key in, and we just twist it, and we're like, oh, there's our cash. But then it's stuck to this. It's stuck, and we try to take it out, and then the lid comes out with it. Look what they've done. Someone has taken a fake lid.
At least she was smart enough to actually, you know, don't put it back.
So every sort of few minutes,
take it out, go to the bank, tell them what happened,
do this stupid thing here,
and take this video as evidence.
The sticky bit here, and then they go.
Now, I want you to know exactly what to do if you ever run into these scams. Let's go down the list. Number 1, how to spot a cash trap device. The first thing that you got to understand is awareness. Most people never think to inspect the ATM itself, but here's the reality. Cash traps usually
most of my community does
from the regular slot. If the part where the money comes out looks a little loose, if it looks bulky, or like it doesn't belong, that's your first red flag. Sometimes criminals use tape, glue, or even 3D printed parts to stick a device right over the slot. And if you tug lightly and it wiggles, just walk away. Don't force it. Just avoid the ATM entirely. I always tell people this. Think of it like this. When you go to a gas pump, you check for skimmers, right? Or at least you should just by watching the videos from this channel. Same thing at the ATM. A 10-second inspection can save you hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now, what to do if you see one, okay? Now, let's just say you're at the ATM.
So he makes a good point to always inspect the ATMs and stuff. So that's why if you ever see me IRL, even when I'm in a store, I generally do a quick glance over of the pin pad and everything. And sometimes I'll just put my hand down and just try to yank it. Because there'd be different parts. But yeah, I do also mess with the ATMs and stuff like that. But generally what I do is I go inside the bank. I don't get cash that much, but I do that because I'd rather deal with a person there and a teller. So that way I don't have any issues. Because there was one time when I needed to get the money out from a machine. And it was a what do you call it? A remote teller kind of thing where they come in through the screen on your machine and they confirmed that the money didn't come out. They had another person come in. It was great because they just came out and gave me the cash, you know, and they had to set up that ATM for service. Thought you were going to say you 3D print these covers. No.
And you notice that something is strange. What should you do? Step 1, don't put your card in. If something looks off, trust your gut.
Yup.
Step 2, if you're already, let's say, mid-transaction, you already put in your PIN number, just cancel it, okay? Don't take any chances. Number 3, call the bank right away. Some ATMs, most ATMs usually have customer service or a number posted on the machine. You want to report it so they can shut down their machine before someone else loses their money. Step 4, if you're already at a bank branch, okay, and if you're at a bank branch ATM, during business hours, walk inside and tell a teller or manager. They'll usually come right out, inspect it, and in some cases, they can even refund you your cash if you were affected as well. Now, what?
How would you put that image there? Make people think they're going to get arrested to report it.
Here's the big one, because obviously people want to know, listen, what happens if my money gets trapped, okay? You've already entered your PIN number. Then the machine says dispensing cash. Then you hear the little motor start running, but nothing comes out. Now what do? Number 1, do not leave the machine right away. Stand there, look closely at the cash slot, and check to see if there's anything blocking it. If you see something like a thin strip of plastic or metal, that's probably the trap. Take a video or photo if you can. Don't try to rip it off. That could damage the machine and make the bank suspicious of you, okay? Number 2, call the number on the ATM immediately and then file a claim.
I'm gonna rip it off.
Can see that the transaction is on their system, that you obviously tried to take out some money. So if you were supposed to get $200, they'll see that that $200 was dispensed but never collected. That usually gets credited back to your account in the next few business days. Number 3, if the ATM is attached to a bank branch, go inside and report it in person. That way it's on record right away. The faster that you report this, the better the chance that you have of getting your own money back. Now, here are some extra safety tips. Let me give you just a few extra safety hacks when it comes to avoiding cash trapping altogether. You want to use indoor ATMs whenever possible.
What'd I tell you?
Bank lobby, grocery
What'd I tell
store,
you?
or even the mall. These are less likely to be tampered with. Avoid isolated ATMs at night. Love quiet, low traffic areas. Set withdrawal alerts on your phone. That way, if money leaves your account and you didn't get it,
I have alerts for $1.
Always keep your receipts. That little slip of paper is proof that the transaction happened, even if you didn't receive your cash.
On some of my accounts, I have it for more than 10 cents.
You know what makes cash trapping?
Many of them, they only allow a minimum of $1.
People assume the machine is broken, so they shrug their shoulders, they walk away, and the criminal wins. It's different from a card skimmer where your information is stolen. With cash trapping, your actual money gets taken in real time. And because it feels like a technical issue, most people don't even report it right away. This is why these guys keep pulling it off. But once you know the signs, you'll never be an easy target again. You'll stop, you'll look, and you'll know what to do. And I'll see you at the next video.
Yeah. I mean, I've kind of always theorized that people would actually do something like that, but it's kind of interesting to see that it's as big of a problem as it is, that now you're actually seeing it across states and, what do you call it? International as well. So, yeah, that's interesting.
If you have a debit card,
you found my
and use the
lookalike.
ATM, you
found my lookalike on YouTube, LGR. LGR, why does that sound familiar? Okay, so there was a couple other videos I definitely wanted to look at. Let's see. What do we want to look at? He does teach too. Huh. Wonder if there's just a common aesthetic for us. Oh yeah, did you hear that anime is getting banned in the United States? Well, Texas specifically. That was another thing we can cover. But right now, I gotta use I gotta get a bio break in, so give me a couple minutes to go to the bathroom, and we'll be right back. So, BRB screen. Be right back. I'm back. Okay. Sorry about that. Dogs also needed to go out, and then I had to send some faxes. LGR is a copy of you. Hey, Hans? Let me get this close up for you just right now, okay? Hans? But yeah, I was like, who's LGR? Yeah, apparently I do follow them. Has anyone hacked the company you worked for? And what was the worst hack you encountered? Yeah? I mean, there's two types of companies that you will experience. Those who know they've been hacked and those who don't know yet that they have been hacked. The worst hack that I encountered was the one I talked about a while ago. A few years ago, I worked for a company. We got compromised, and when we had to look into it, we figured out it actually came from the fax machine. So we had this enterprise, Rico machine that, is networked and then also does the faxes. They had sent a malicious thing through the fax modem that hopped through the fax modem and wormed through the network. Pretty novel idea, I have to say. Do you use fax in the US? Yes, we do. Fax is still a, not common, but it is still a means of transmitting data. Primarily in legal settings and in some cases healthcare. So it is still a thing out there. But most of the other compromises I've been dealing with, they're really down to social engineering. So there was an incident where someone clicked on a sign-in link that gave the credentials over, and then they got into the network. But it wasn't that bad. That person's personal data got leaked, but the company data was not really revealed because it was just some lowly employee they got access to. I mean, can you check fax a check for payment? Sure. You're talking to a guy that's only written like 5 checks in their entire life. I hate checks. Boomers are the reasons we still have checks. Checks should die. But yeah. So I did find a couple more videos while I was sending some faxes. That is my polite way of saying I was in the bathroom for a while, if you haven't been able to pick up on that. France still has checks? Why? So, let's watch another video. Boomers. Yeah, boomers ruin everything. So here's another video I wanted to see because I know people were talking all the time about, going to college and stuff like that. I only watched a couple minutes of this before I was like, let's watch the rest of this on stream. The job market has changed again. So let's see what they're talking about over here.
Over just the last 6 months, the job market has changed dramatically. Again. Back in the good old days of 2024, all workers had to worry about was ghost jobs, quiet firing, job washing, career cushioning, invisible overtime, application black holes, resenteeism.
Oh, that's all we had to worry about?
Compensation compression, burnout attrition, and when all else fails, good old-fashioned rolling layoffs. But today, the job market is dealing with a whole new set of trends. And don't worry, they come with a whole fresh list of dumb corporate buzzwords. New economic data, if we are allowed to believe that anymore, is revealing some stark realities about the ways that people are finding a job, keeping a job, and progressing in a job. Unfortunately, as you have probably already guessed, a lot of these changes are throwing young workers, and in particular young men, out of the frying pan and into the fire. For the first time ever, unemployment amongst young male college graduates is the same as non-graduates. The share of unemployed people entering the job market for the first time is the highest it has been since 1988, and job mobility has effectively frozen. Now, I know what you might be thinking. All things considered, the unemployment rate still looks pretty good, right? Well, that might actually be part of the problem. And if all of this wasn't bad enough already, there is now a good chance that art history majors are earning more than you are.
So ever since you found out
that's an insult.
that your computer science degree is actually a complete joke.
New college graduates are facing one of the most challenging markets for entry-level jobs in a decade.
It's just like getting the first job that's so hard. I've tried to apply for jobs for like a year now. And
Well, that's the problem right now with any of the market.
Say no.
Getting that first job is tough.
Because I'm not self-conscious, realized it wasn't worth it, even though society deems it as a great accomplishment.
I'm about to call my school up and say that this degree that I spent 4 years trying to get, 4 years, was a waste of money.
Well, what you didn't tell us was what degree did you get in. Like, if you're talking about, like, some anthropology degree or something like that, yeah, I can see why it'd be tough to get a job, and those jobs are hard to come by. But if you're, like, well, even computer science and all that, I try to steer a lot of people away from college because it is a very expensive investment that doesn't always pay off, especially as of recent. And this is coming from a guy that didn't go to college for this stuff, okay?
There is a funny but not totally inaccurate anecdote amongst business analysts that if you want to find an industry that's about to have really bad job security...
Yeah, intern programs are the best while you're in college.
For a while, that was oil and gas companies before the 1980s oil
Hold up, what did you say?
Are going. Find an industry that's about to have a totally inaccurate anecdote amongst business analysts that if you want to find an industry that's about to have really bad job security, then just look where all the Ivy League grads are going. For a while, that was oil and gas companies before the 1980s oil crisis. Then it was outsourcing operations before the Asian financial crisis, then early technology before the dot-com crash, finance before the global financial crisis, and now, over the most recent decade, it's been big tech paying huge salaries to talented graduates early in their careers.
Yep.
Now, obviously, there is a lot of hindsight here. Nothing can boom forever. And of course, a lot of young graduates from top schools are going to try to find a job that pays them as well as possible, if for no other reason than to start paying back that tuition. The problem is that everybody else sees these growing industries where people can make good money earlier in their career, and they try to get qualifications to move into those roles too.
Right.
But no industry can boom forever, and by the time most people catch up, they find themselves overqualified for a role that doesn't exist anymore. For the last 10 years, the story has been that everybody getting laid off from their factory job should just learn to code. But before that, it was everybody should go and get an MBA. According to the graduate
Is it better to have a bachelor degree in cybersecurity like it makes a difference? I don't have a degree. And even if you do get a degree in it, they're going to want to see experience before they hire you for cybersecurity positions.
But ultimately flawed advice may be going to college at all, as the unemployment rate is now the same between graduates and non-graduates. After this data went live, there were several articles concluding that this signifies the end of the higher education payoff, which is probably a bit of an oversimplification for the sake of hyperbole. This is absolutely a concerning trend, but there are two important details you need to understand about it before you go canceling that college admission. The first is that if both of these groups have the same rate of unemployment, that doesn't necessarily mean that the earnings advantage of college is gone. Looking for a job as a qualified engineer is normally going to be better than looking for a job as an unskilled laborer, so even though the same share of these two groups may be out of work, the earnings of the college graduates is still higher. Also,
debatable for cybersecurity though.
As often as I can, the unemployment rate is a really narrow statistic that people pay far too much attention to as a singular data point.
Yep.
To count as unemployed, you need to be out of the job and actively looking for more.
So this is something I've touched on earlier. Sorry to pause the video, but I'm giving some context here because there's different indexes for unemployment that a lot of people don't know. And when they're talking about unemployment, they're usually talking about what we call the U3 index. I think a better indication of unemployment is the U6 index. This is something I learned when I was, studying school and all that. Hold on, let me find a good graph for this. U6 unemployment rate. There used to be a good, here we go. I think this is it. No. God, come on. Macro trends. Okay. That should be good enough. So this is the U6 unemployment rate. So if you look, the U6 unemployment rate is actually closer to 8%. Now, what U6 is, U3 is the unemployment rate. U5 includes discouraged workers and all other marginally attached workers. U6 adds on those workers who are part-time purely for economic reasons. That is specifically why I talk about the U6 index as a better indicator, because there are a lot of people that are in the workforce that are only part-time, not because they want to be, but because they have to be. So that is specifically why I say the U6 index is a much better indicator, excuse me, of a economy, because that tends to be just slightly higher, but the U3 index is just something that I think people pay too much attention to, like he was saying. Anyway, let's get back to the video.
Or work. Today, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, about 72% of people with a bachelor's degree or higher qualification are actively working or looking for a job. That number is falling every year.
I went to community college, cheapest decision I ever made, a worthless degree like everyone else at only a fraction of the cost. Oh yeah, I went there for electrician.
And it's even worse for people who didn't graduate high school, but they are getting involved. And again,
the demonstrate experience, internships, and home labbing, and journal it all, like make a blog.
It is bad. You are still more likely to have a job and have a higher paying job with a college degree. But that's still not the whole calculation. Degrees are not free. And a lot of people are realizing that lifetime earnings are great and all, but sometimes a little bit of money early in life with no debt is better than more money later in life with big repayments the moment you are handed a piece of paper.
Right.
The trend is that every year, the math is looking a little bit worse. And that is something that should be carefully considered for any investment with a 40 or 50-year payoff period. But that's just the statistical details that you need to understand about this graduate unemployment problem. The second and much more important point is that this only applies to men. The unemployment gap for graduate women is lower than it has been historically, but is still pretty wide, and it's actually been growing at the same time the gap for men has been disappearing. And the question is, why? Well, this strange difference actually reveals a lot about other recent trends in the job market. So it's time to learn how money works to find out.
Okay, so before they get into it, I wonder if this is just my curiosity, and I just want to see if I'm going to be on the right track here, if he answers it at all. I think it might come down to average career choices of men versus women. I'm not going to get into the specifics of that, but overwhelmingly, I think it's pretty obvious there are differences in career choices that both men and women have. Not saying, like, for example, that you can't come across a female electrician or a female tradesman, but they're not as common is what I'm getting at. The same thing can be said about, auto mechanics. There are plenty of female auto mechanics out there, but they are few and far between compared to the number of men out there. Conversely, you can say the same thing about many fields that, happen to be overwhelmingly saturated with women. The one thing that I can look back at to, my K through 12 education, I think I can count on one hand the number of male teachers I had versus female teachers. I don't know what exactly this says about anything, but it's just one of those things where I think that it could be what trends overwhelmingly are there between men and women, but we'll see what they say.
How it's all changing. Again, this week's video is sponsored by Cape. Cape is a privacy-first mobile carrier that gives you premium nationwide service without tracking your data, selling it, or storing it longer than necessary. Traditional carriers build profiles on you, who you call, where you are, and what you do. Cape does none of that. They don't even ask for your name or address to get started. And what really sets them apart is their cryptographic SIM protection. Your number is secured with a 24-word recovery phrase, similar to how you...
Interesting concept. I'll maybe have to look at this, but...
Honestly, what got me was how they handle SIM swaps. Instead of relying on some call center agent, Cape gives you full control over your number. If you don't have the key, no one does. No resets, no override. It's a level of security that...
It says men are horrible and shouldn't be around children. I know plenty of women that shouldn't be around children either.
Voicemail, real-time threat blocking at the signal level, and a partnership with Proton that lets you bundle on services like Proton VPN Plus for just $1. Cape is also trusted by security leaders at OpenAI, CrowdStrike, and more. If you're ready to take your mobile security seriously, check out cape.co/SIMswap. And you can use my code HowManyWorks33 to get 33% off your first 6 months of Cape. To switch to Cape, visit cape.co/getcape.
Wonder how it stacks up compared to Google Fi and stuff.
Reported in the job market is the changing payoff for job hopping. We've mentioned multiple times that workers who are overly loyal to their company statistically earn significantly less over their working careers when compared to those who hop jobs for promotions or pay bumps. But that has changed, and over the last year, the benefit has all but disappeared. Now, a little bit of that is because wage growth is just slowing down overall. But a larger trend is that the job market is encouraging staying put and doing absolutely nothing. Nobody is hiring, nobody is leaving their job, nobody is pushing for a promotion, and nobody is doing anything that could open them up to the next round of layoffs. According to industry reports, some people are even avoiding new jobs that could be considered career advancements so they can stay with a company in a role where they are past probation and feel less at risk of being let go. This is also benefiting people in less boom and bust careers like those who went and got an arts degree. Generally, these people go into their fields because they are genuinely passionate about it over people who are chasing a lucrative career. They generally take less career risks and hold on to roles that they become extremely proficient at, which makes them harder to replace than random business and commerce graduate number A3113. This is not the best strategy in good times if all you care about was making money. But it gave them a head start on what everybody is doing right now, which is holding on to their job for dear life. This trend of people holding on to their roles has its own buzzword, because of course it has its own buzzword, and it's called job hugging.
What?
Overall, it's not a great sign when combined with the less than stellar new jobs data, but it is the logical response by all parties dealing with increased uncertainty, which is where we get back to this growing gap between young men and women in the workplace. There is a lot to unpack there, but there are 3 key differences driving this trend. The first is the push to equalize gender balance in certain roles, but not all roles. The push has been toward getting women into male-dominated fields that require a college degree like
We'll get to that in a second, Ziad.
but not as much the unskilled fields that are also dominated by men like the trades and labor roles. Women in STEM has been a big focus of government programs, corporate initiatives, and school enrollments for decades at this point, and it's been highly successful at opening up the field to more talent. This means that men are competing with a wider base of competition than they would have in the past, and the simple fact is that there are only so many of these jobs to go around. But at the same time, the men in roles that don't require a college degree haven't had the same increase in competition. This isn't a new trend. Before the pandemic shook up a lot of this data, male college grads had an unemployment rate of around 5%, while their non-graduate peers had an unemployment rate of 6%. Female college graduates at the same time had an unemployment rate of around 3%, but their non-graduate peers also had 6% unemployment, so the gap was much wider. Now, it's important to point out that there have been similar programs to try to get men into historically women-dominated graduate fields too, especially nursing, aged care, and elementary school.
So I kind of touched on some of this, I guess.
Successful. Now, there are a few reasons for this. If we are being completely honest with one another, there is still a stigma around this.
Right.
A woman landing a role as an engineer or office executive is seen as empowerment, where a guy becoming a nurse is still the butt of the joke, and an elementary school teacher is the target of suspicion and raised eyebrows. It absolutely should not be like this, and it is getting better, but it's silly to pretend it doesn't exist. The second reason is that historically, these roles have not paid as well, and men have generally been attracted to more lucrative careers either because they need to support a family or simply because that's what they valued. The job market has changed faster than those cultural expectations, which is why men seek out more typically prestigious jobs. This current gap is a reflection of that reality. Safe, stable jobs like nursing are doing really well in a bad time thanks to an aging population, while we are on the tail end of trendy jobs that would have made a lot of money in a better environment.
Right.
This also explains why unemployment amongst non-college educated men has been pretty stable, because construction, the trades, and other semi-skilled jobs have been pretty stable between increased home construction and infrastructure. You can also see the beating they took after construction slowdowns from the global financial crisis, which were not nearly as bad for their college-educated peers. Now, these differences hurt women in the workforce too. When women do go into these trendy fields like technology, they actually tend to do worse when it comes to downsizing. A study of a recent round of tech layoffs sweeping the industry found that women accounted for 44% of job losses.
I'm curious why this is the case, though.
Workforce. Now, the companies obviously didn't release comprehensive data on why they chose to lay off who, but generally there are 3 explanations for this. The first is that these companies may have hired evenly, but they still segregated genders within different departments, hiring more women for jobs in HR, marketing, corporate culture, and internal development. These are, coincidentally, the first departments to get cut in downsizing.
Right.
The second explanation is that in some ways, cultural expectations work for men. They are seen as a breadwinner supporting a family, where the #girlboss is more likely to land on their feet. This is another example of something that employers should clearly not be doing. But women are
yet they still do.
more harshly in high-performing roles compared to men. Unfortunately, this often happens particularly from other women, who disproportionately work in departments like HR, which can have a lot of sway over layoff decisions. The third crude explanation is that hiring practices that targeted a diversity objective over just hiring the best person for the job favored people who would underperform compared to their peers. So when performance-based layoffs were conducted, these people were more likely to be below the cutoff. It's no secret that a lot of the cultural forward companies have pulled a hard 180 on a lot of these initiatives in the last year. Now, I am sure you can probably tell, but I am trying to be really careful about sidestepping the whole culture war rabbit hole here. But it's still important to acknowledge these realities when looking at these issues, because even though it shouldn't, it will have a big impact on everybody's career. One of the best things to do with this information is to use it to your advantage. Despite the stigma, one of the safest groups from trouble in the job market are men in previously female-dominated fields. Fields like healthcare already have a low unemployment rate, and men often find it particularly easy to get these roles because of the practical realities that they can more easily do a lot of the physical work these roles involve. This was dubbed the glass elevator effect all the way back in 1992 in a University of Texas article.
Didn't know that was a thing.
Found it much easier to progress in these roles, and even though initial salaries were lower compared to male-dominated fields, after accounting for the higher chance of career progression, the lifetime earnings shifted back into their favor. Now, obviously, don't pick a job because of some video on the internet. Healthcare and teaching are no joke.
No, they are very tough fields. I work around those fields.
Because chances are you will end up earning more than them. Genuine professions like this are also more reliant on performance compared to...
Oh yeah, I've dated a few nurses and they made bank.
How we forgot what professionalism even means in the modern workplace. And don't forget to like and subscribe to keep on learning how money works.
Not a bad video. Definitely have to check out more of their content. Alright, so... Ziad. Question, if you don't mind, if you have knowledge for it. I want to start a career in cybersecurity. Is it possible to secure a remote job in the USA or Canada with, let's say, Security Plus Cert and AWS Security Specialty Exam? Is it possible? Yes, but I'm going to break the harsh reality to you. Remote jobs are starting to really decline. They're still out there, but most employers right now are wanting to at least go to a hybrid model, and many of them are actually going to a full return to office. So is it possible? Yes. But the other part of the question, here, I'm going to give you the link there, Scooby, because I know you're asking for it. The other part of the thing that you're talking about is you're just starting your career out. The honest truth is, if you are just starting your career out, it's going to be very, very tough for you. I'm just being realistic with you. Cybersecurity, a lot of people have the misnomer of entry-level jobs there being that you can just go in without any experience. Generally speaking, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's improbable. Without an IT background of a couple of years at least, a lot of people will overlook you for cybersecurity positions. If you don't have any prior background. Now, you may be able to get into non-technical positions like GRC or stuff like that and then move around into other positions. But it's possible. And I just realized I gave that entire answer while I was probably on an ad break there. So, Ziad, I'm just going to repeat what I said during the ad break there. Yeah, so you're asking, want to start a career in cybersecurity, is it possible to secure a remote job in the USA or Canada with, let's say, Security Plus Cert and AWS Security Specialty Exam? So, as I was saying, it's not impossible, but it's improbable. The reality of the situation is that a lot of employers are moving to at least hybrid or completely return to office. And that will limit your ability to get a remote job. And there's pros and cons to a remote job as well, just so you're aware. I was on an ad break on the Twitch side. But the pro to a remote job is, yes, you get to work from home. The con is you don't have as much exposure to management and your peers and stuff. So when it comes time to raises, promotions, proving that you're actually putting in the work, it's not necessarily always going to translate. That's the unfortunate reality. My manager has to deal with it all the time, where it's like, oh, well, why isn't he in the office doing that? He's like, he's just done all this crap and he's now at the doctor's. You know, like there's these little things that, you know, so it's an issue there. But on top of it, just starting your career out, it's going to be tough, because if you don't have an IT background, again, it's not impossible, but it's improbable to go straight into cybersecurity. There's a misnomer that, you know, because people think that there's entry-level cybersecurity positions, that it's entry-level as in, oh, I just have a degree and I can get right in. That's not likely going to happen without some IT background there. You can get into like less non-technical you can get into non-technical positions like GRC, governance, risk, and compliance, where you can apply some of that knowledge to, you know, create policies and all that, and then from there pivot onwards. But the honest truth is, it's an uphill battle. The hardest part is getting your first job in cybersecurity. After that, it gets relatively easy because you've built your career and everything. The honest truth is the certs that you have don't necessarily matter as much as you think they are. Yeah, Security Plus and all that other thing may help you get through the door, but it's not going to matter the, you know, hiring manager. I got hired without any certs, without any degree. But I have a CISSP now, and the advantage of that, at least, is I can then prove I at least have 5 years of cybersecurity field experience. The Wandering Pickle. The pro is I get to work pantsless, and raises and promotions don't exist anymore. It's like pension and retirement, a millennial pipe dream. I mean, I get raises. We'll see if I get a promotion, but I'm going to be honest with you and say, if I don't get a promotion, this chief is immediately going to be starting to look for another job, because I need to get to that senior level. Because I'm tired. My end goal is architect. And I just feel like I'm getting yanked around by my current job a little bit. But yeah. So yeah, that's my 2 cents when it comes to all that. Oh, by the way, Vampire, I looked at this Cape cell plan and everything. It looks interesting, do not get me wrong, but they want $99 a month per plan. So it's a little bit expensive. This is similar to the level of Afani. But I think Cape might have potentially a better system. I'm gonna need to reach out to them and pick their brain on some stuff. But yeah, I don't think I'll personally switch to them, at least not for the time being, until I get a promotion. But yeah. Is Graphene OS coming to an end as a project? Reading that Google is making it harder. I actually talked on this on a video that I think is coming out tomorrow? Let me check my YouTube schedule. Hold on, let me check my schedule of my content, because I know I just edited a video that covered that this morning. A vampire in a cape, how appropriate. Yeah, so tomorrow I will have my video. Google is Applefying Android, the end of openness, and I get into that. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit more tough. I get deeper into that tomorrow. That video should be out. When is it? September 2nd at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will have that video out. It's scheduled. I have videos scheduled. I was on a roll. I had a video released yesterday, and today, and tomorrow, and the day after. Yeah. Hey, welcome. That's why I'm actually trying to produce this content. So, I'm going to try to create more content, and I'm trying to remake a lot of the content that I originally did on TikTok, like talking about Graphene OS, Cubes OS, and many other things. Because the problem that I had was a lot of people would come into my chat, especially on lives, and ask me questions, and I found I was having to remake and retell a lot of content that I had already, you know, gone into explaining, and it was a bit tiring to repeat myself very often for different things. Not that I'm, you know, necessarily complaining that, you know, people are going to come in and ask about it, but it's so much nicer that, you know, like YouTube, I can make a video and then I can tell people, go look at this video. I have all of my points out there and I can fully flesh it out. Plus, TikTok, I can only really squeeze so much in. So, like, even though they allow up to 10-minute videos, the average metric that I see is people do not spend more than 30 to 45 seconds on a video. So even though my videos are 2 to 3 minutes long sometimes, I will maybe get, like, close to a 15% completion rate at best. Android lockdown on all devices. I sideload on Android TV. Yep, all Android devices. Period. So they're going to start with Indonesia, Singapore, Brazil, and Thailand next year. And then the following year is going to be globally required for you to have your application signed with Google. Essentially, it's the same thing that Apple was requiring. So what that means is, so with Apple and Google official apps, you have to go and create your app, upload it to the store, get a cert, all that stuff for it to be signed, and then they would allow it. But when you sideload an app, you don't need that. Now, is it true that, you know, malware does happen to come through sideloaded apps more? Yes. I'm not going to deny that. But I prefer dangerous freedom to, what is it? Peaceful liberty? Peaceful slavery, or whatever the term is that Jefferson came up with. Because I think it's your choice with your device to run your device how you want it to run. And overall, I think this is an overall big issue that I've been having with Google. And I have said for years, and people were giving me pushback about it when I said, I don't think Google is really going to be the benevolent, you know, entity that you think it is for open source. I think they're using open source as a means to an end to establish a monopoly dominance. And sure enough, that's basically what is happening. I theorized years ago when Android hits critical mass, Google will eventually lock up Android and force people to use their Android version because people are only going to be really stuck in the path of Apple or Android. Those are your two options. There is no third-party operating system, really. Because even when you're talking about, like, oh, I can run a Linux phone, Linux phones are clunky and janky to begin with, but even then, what are you trying to do on a Linux phone? Run Android apps. So it becomes this whole catch-22 of you're still trying to run Android apps at the end of the day. And that's the problem. We've become too hooked on Android. And this is the same issue that we had with Microsoft. Microsoft was the first real large company to put the 3 E's into practice. This was embrace, extend, extinguish. Google is merely following Microsoft's playbook, and Microsoft is doing the same thing with open source. Do not kid yourselves. They are absorbing GitHub into their AI business, whatever they're doing. But yeah, so yeah, it is a problem. It is definitely a problem that Google is going to be locking this down. It is going to be a worse thing for all of us. because we're not going to be able to have the freedom of choice that we once had. And let's remember that they were... What's the word? Oh yeah, they were doing the same thing as Apple, demanding a 30% cut of the applications in the store, which is why, if you remember, Epic didn't have you install Fortnite through the Play Store. You had to grab Fortnite from their Epic store and sideload it, basically. And then the other way that many apps are getting around this is like apps like Bitwarden and some of the Proton apps, and even some that can't make it to Google Play, because they'll violate terms of service, like the Aurora Store and other privacy-related technologies. They go in through F-Droid. F-Droid, the store, has to be installed by sideloading it. So, yeah, it's really effed all around. I will not deny that. Now, let's talk about another thing in terms of freedom. Because I know y'all in my chat, most of y'all are anime lovers and everything. So there is an issue we need to talk about what's going on in Texas. Texas may actually be potentially blocking manga and anime, a lot of the stuff that we watch, because the definitions are way too broad. So we're going to watch this video from Chibi Reviews.
How does it keep getting worse, man? It keeps getting worse. The Texas Senate Bill 20 has passed.
Move my camera.
This is the very bill I talked about earlier this year that you probably recall me talking about extensively, that anime, manga, games could theoretically...
I watch it on Crunchyroll and Hulu.
So if you watch something like Naruto or Dragon Ball, Bleach, or let's say you watch Family Guy or The Simpsons, you might get arrested. You could go to jail for owning or watching these said series.
I mean, VeggieTales could be considered anime, yeah.
That would pass. But, as you can see, it did pass. It passed on June 20th, 2025, and it is a moderate partisan bill, which means Republicans and Democrats both voted for it. But to go even further, it comes into effect tomorrow, September 1st.
Chinese animation can come on the same way.
And we already see how it's affecting people. Don't believe me? Let me show you proof. So this is Just, a pretty big company that, houses a lot of, let's say, anime games, and houses a lot of adult anime games as well. And they went to an anime convention, you can see by their post, and you know what? Let's just read it. After a very successful Friday, we were banned from the San Japan Convention in San Antonio, Texas, this weekend. Our content is too provocative for the powerful of the Lone Star State, ahead of the anti-anime bill, SB 20, going into effect.
I'm gonna move my camera again.
Monday.
I'm in the middle of the text.
So what does this mean in the grand scheme of things? Well, first off, we need to talk about Jasta's situation. So from my understanding, this company, this group that has a lot of adult games, has a lot of, icky adult games, has, adult content and stuff and anime content, they were banned from a convention, which is very strange because from my understanding, Jasta's always went to a bunch of different conventions over the years. I'm assuming they've been to San Japan Convention and San Antonio quite a bit over the years. I don't know necessarily, do not quote me on that one, but I know for a fact they probably visit a lot of different conventions around the country. The thing is to randomly get banned from a convention, and then the bill that is potentially going to affect all anime and manga coming into effect this upcoming Monday, it feels perfectly timed. Now, this could be a coincidence, and what Jast is saying here could just be chalked up to a coincidence. Because they do outline and say that the anti-anime bill SB 20 is going into effect Monday. So it seems to me like they're more or less trying to blame the bill, or they're saying that, this is happening right before the bill goes in effect. And regardless if it was the law or not that caused this, the point of the matter is maybe the people within the convention center, they didn't want Jast there because of the adult content and the complications it might cause thanks to the bill going into effect this upcoming Monday. Whatever the case may be, the point of the matter is it happened. And they have been banned. Now, what does this mean going forward? So we need to talk about what SB 20 actually represents and what it's going to be doing once it comes into effect.
It's going to be doing a lot.
What Jast has mentioned, it's implied that they were affected to some degree. Now, once again, it could be a coincidence, but it's implied. Now, when this bill goes into effect, and the reason why a lot of people are worried about it is because of the vagueness of its bill. Even the summary here, which you can just read yourself, pause the video and read yourself, it's extremely vague. Crunchyroll is headquartered in Texas as well, so SB20 theoretically is going to hit Crunchyroll, and a bunch of their anime on their platform is probably going to get hit. Like, a bunch of their stuff might get censored or removed thanks to the bill coming into effect tomorrow within Texas.
This is why people should be very careful about doing business in states that have really conservative values, because they may bite ya.
I believe there is a lawsuit as well that was in, like, court.
Well, it's saying relating to the creation of the criminal offense of possession, promotion, or production of certain obscene visual material appearing to depict a child. That's very broad. Because what is the definition of obscene? It goes back to that one politician that said, can you define, you know, pornography? And he said, I can't describe it, but I know it when I see it. And the problem is, what we see as obscene can vary from one person to another. Think about that. You ever had that, like, super conservative, you know, family, that a friend is a part of, and they go off the rails on certain things, and then you're just like, dude, this is not even that big of a deal. Like, think about it this way. Like, I know it's not the same thing, but you'll get the idea here. I had a few Mormon friends that their families treated caffeine like alcohol. And they felt like they were, you know, such bad kids and rebelling because they had a Coke or they had coffee. Like, seriously. Think about that. And then to us, we're over here like, bro, I got a fridge full of caffeine drinks, which, by the way, I need to pop one right now because I need to pick me up. You know, just think about that for a second. So I have a feeling that quite a bit of my anime is actually going to get hit because here's the thing. You need to understand. A lot of anime is... quite a bit of it's dealing with older, you know, adults and stuff. But a lot of it is dealing with kids that are, well, you know, like older parts of high school, things like that. So the definition of obscene, like you have, what could be defined as obscene? So let's say, you know, there's a fight scene and their clothes get ripped. Could that be defined as obscene because she's showing a little ankle? To some people, yes. Cultural differences as well, and not everyone is a fan of anime. Fridge full of Coke. No, I'm not Asmongold. I have a fridge full of V8 energy.
A long time ago that passed, where pretty much this entire bill...
Oh, Don is definitely getting banned!
And a lot of people believe that this bill really wouldn't go anywhere. It'd be instantly challenged and thrown out because of just how it would probably break a lot of different laws. Now, in the writing of the bill, what it tries to do is more or less ban provocative or...
Oh my god, South Park could actually get banned if you think about it. There's quite a few things they do with children that is obscene. Think about it. There's been a few scenes with Cartman and the other guys and just, yeah. That's a good point. Gasp, elbow.
Obviously, things that might resemble a child within a series.
Mm-hmm.
The point of the matter is that the bill is so vague that it could affect stuff like Family Guy.
Before he gets his second golden ball.
Dragon Ball. Bleach. You get the point. And the reason why I say affects those series, let's figure out what we're trying to do. Like these obscure or obscenity visual material. Stewie, within Family Guy, obviously would not fly thanks to this bill that's in Texas.
Oh, right! Stewie!
Dragon Ball has a lot of characters that are kids. Like, let's think about, go on, what he goes through. Or Videl, technically.
Bulma in the original Dragon Ball series. She was not that old. And there's a couple scenes in there that were a little bit risque. And there was definitely, you know, some lowbrow humor involved there. If you haven't seen the actual Dragon Ball series, like without the American, censored side, like you pull it up on Crunchyroll or Hulu, there's quite a few things in there. But he's totally right. Like thinking about it, like Bleach, there were a few scenes in there. You got High School DxD. You got, God, there's like so many shows that you could actually think about that the question is, because of how broad of an answer it is, could this actually be depicted? Now, Stewie and Family Guy, there's a lot of examples where he's going out of his way to, it's for humor, of course, where he was in, leatherwear, he was, dressing sexy and things like that. It's just part of the whole Stewie, shtick that he has. That possibly could not fly.
Like what Vidal goes through. There's ways.
Full Metal Alchemist, another great example of this.
Instantly banned, or you get instantly arrested for even possessing these series in your home, or even getting caught watching them, so to speak. So pretty much, this bill is so vague, so broad, that it hurts a lot of anime, a lot of manga, a lot of games as well, because if there's games that have any depiction of someone that might be a kid within it, it's going to get banned. So that's the problem. And once again, this law was passed.
The Last of Us.
This law was passed.
Could that fly?
Because of one thing in particular. Think of the children. Think of the children. We must protect the children. I'm going to say it again. Anime isn't real. Manga isn't real.
Right.
Games are not real. People that can't separate fiction from reality are mentally ill.
Yep.
It's not the game's
I agree
fault.
with that.
It's not the anime's fault. It's not the manga's fault. It's their own fault because they are mentally ill and they can't separate fiction from reality. People that think fiction is real need to honestly go to an asylum. Straight up.
Totally.
Because they need to take some meds.
Or at least therapy or something, depending on the level. But yes.
This is insane because this is the very thing that I've been talking about for over a month now, like with everything that's been going on with the UK, to EU, to what's happening in Brazil, America.
Yeah, it's weird how everything's happening all at once.
And this is now happening in Texas. Now, I do believe...
Oh, he talked about video games. This will affect video games too. Think about all the video games that depict a child in certain situations. Think about that. Like, potentially, if you think about it, The Last of Us. Bella is in a few situations and cutscenes and stuff like that, they may consider inappropriate. Or think about it this way. How many coming-of-age shows and movies did we see as high schoolers that now would not be allowed to be viewed? Think about that. There's quite a few things. Bible thumpers especially. Oh yeah, Bible thumpers are the worst. They don't seem to understand how, you should just be able to, not throw your religion against anyone else and, force them into your way of thinking, but that's a whole thing. Expedition 33. Not familiar with that one. The big gamers, coders will rebel against it. Well, I hope, but so far they haven't really done much. Doki Doli Literature Club, not familiar with that one. But yeah, there were quite a few animes, when I was scrolling through Crunchyroll, that definitely could fit this bill. Like, right now, I'm watching on Hulu, The Misfit of Demon King Academy amongst my rotation. Like I mentioned Dandadan a little earlier. Dr. Stone could potentially actually fall that way, because think about it. They actually are teenagers that when they are resurrected from being stone, they have no clothing. And that makes sense to me. You're frozen for, not frozen, but turned to stone for thousands of years, your clothes disappear. And, so they're, even though they're not, making it like all this whole sexy thing, there's still the implication there of, because they're actually showing at least even the outline outline of the female characters, or even the male characters basically being nude as they try to figure out creating their own clothing and everything, you know, that is an issue with this law. Power Rangers. I don't think Power Rangers would fall in that category. But, like, let's talk about, like, some of the coming-of-age things, like, you know, you have, like, Breakfast Club, you have Ferris Bueller, like, even though it's not, like, a hardcore kind of thing, but there are some situations that you could think that that could be considered obscene. This is a little bit crazy, this bill. I'm not gonna lie. I'm really curious about how this is going to affect the anime scene, because am I going to have to fly the... Hold on. Am I going to have to fly the Jolly Roger just to finish my damn anime series? Okay? Because I am in the middle of Dandadan. I am in the middle of Dr. Stone. Well, no. So VPN actually wouldn't work in this case if Crunchyroll is based in Texas, because their entire library would be subject, potentially, to this law. And that's why I keep telling people, you need to stop looking at VPNs as being the end-all, be-all solution for things. That is merely a Band-Aid at best. We need to actually focus on going after politicians and let them know these are bad ideas. Dun is on Netflix Asia. Okay, I mean, that's great, but then let me put it this way. Now I have to go get my Netflix subscription again for something that was on Crunchyroll? At that point, like I've said before, I'm just going to be waving the flag. Maybe a DEFCON flag. But yeah, and like, I know everyone's looking at like, oh, we can use a VPN to get around this. The problem is we shouldn't have to use a VPN at all to get to this content. It's ridiculous that this is all happening within the matter of like 1 year. Everyone's going on this. Well, actually, like the UK Online Safety Act has been 2023. Stab them in the butt. What in the butt? I said what in the butt?
Start off small. It's very likely it'll start off small. Ban little things here and there that might go under the radar and people might not be aware of.
Yep.
But then it might ramp up with time if there's not a lot of pushback, and it might spread itself to other states around the United States. If this happens in the United States and there's like no pushback, it will spread. It will spread to other states. It will spread to
It has spread. With the ID verifications. There's like 21 states now.
Potentially happen thanks to this. I remember a few lawyers talking to me in private saying that there's no way this would be passed, and even if it did, it would be instantly challenged because of previous court cases and stuff with obscenity laws. But even in the fact that it passed showcases the corruption and what our government's doing.
I agree.
On the radar and using the disguise of think of the children as a means to restrict people, restrict freedom of expression, so to speak. This is not good. Don't like this whatsoever. And, yeah, I just...
No, this is not good. And before he finishes up, like, you know how, like, everyone's talking about, you know, think of the children? Well, let me say this. F those kids, and F the parents harder that are not actually caring about your own kids. Your kids are not my responsibility. And they're not the government's responsibility either. So how about you take care of your crotch goblins and stop making it everyone else's problem?
What's this year, man? What is 2025, dude? I'm so tired, man. I'm so tired. It just like, it's one thing after another. If it's not this, it's payment processors ruining people's livelihoods, or it's UK invading people's privacies, or there's just people being labeled a terrorist if you even have your own country's flag. You're waving your country's flag. It's just insanity, man. Actual insanity.
Wait, is that a thing? You're getting labeled a terrorist for waving your own flag?
And leave a comment. Help us with the algorithm quite a bit. But be safe, stay healthy. Chibi out.
Why do you make a kid if you cannot take care of him? That's exactly my point. If you could not take care of your kid, what business did you have having a kid? Look, I'm in my 30s. I want to have a kid one day. The reason why I don't is because I'm not at a place where I know I could responsibly take care of a kid. And there are so many people that bring kids into this life in situations that they shouldn't have to deal with. And let me make this very clear. Every kid deserves a parent, but not every parent deserves a kid. That might piss some people off, but that is the truth. And your irresponsibility to be a good parent is not my problem. I'm over here being a responsible, law-abiding, respecting adult. And I'm doing things that I know kids shouldn't be around. My best friend, she has kids. I love her. I love those kids. They are my nieces. I love them and I will do anything for them. But there are many conversations that I will not include them in on. There are many things that, like, I will, you know, there's been certain animes, they've walked in and, like, seen a screen freezing, and they're like, oh, what's this you're watching? And I'm like, you can watch this when you're older. Because they're, like, not even 13, okay? To make that very clear. They're very young. But I'm more than glad to, you know, step out of my way and, you know, help them learn science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But their mom is an absolute boss of a mom. Like, seriously, she sets a high bar for what a mother should be because she's actively involved in the kids. She monitors their Discord and everything. I'm one of the very few adults that her kids are actually allowed to talk to. And it's been funny because, like, they'll send me some really funny memes and stories that they're on. And there's been times where I just hit up, you know, my best friend, and I'm like, do you know what your daughter just sent me? And she's like, what? No. And I'm like, this is one of the funniest effed up kind of stories here. And I'm like, and I know she's your kid from this humor. You know, but that mom is involved in the kid's life. Looks after what content they should be in, monitors their Steam profile, what Discord servers they're in. She actually listens to her kids' Discords. Yes, she has a firm rule. She's not allowed to be in a Discord VC unless her mom is there. And the other thing is, like, she has access to all the accounts. It's not controlling. They're 12. The oldest is 12. The youngest is 7. That's not controlling. She still has freedom to do whatever. You know, like, she's in Discord servers with her own friends and everything. It's certain servers that they're gaming on, where there happen to be adults, a little bit more cognizant of. And here's the reality. As a parent, you have to be just a little bit controlling with children. But the thing is, as they get older, you have to release the reins a little bit more and more and more and more over time. You can't just let a kid go out into the world and run wild. We know the world's, you know, crazy. Yeah. What age do they stop? Well, she's letting up the reins now on a lot of things, now that she's coming of age into these things. But the youngest one, we're still actively being involved. So, but it also, the honest reality is, it also varies per child. Some children you can be more mature and let them go on their own. Is any of this a Roblox blowback, or is there an appropriate kind of safeguard for kids? Roblox, it's interesting that a lot of people haven't actually kept up on the issues with it. Because a lot of these bills and stuff were actually in play long before the Roblox situation came to light. And it's because of Roblox as well that I know my best friend is also involved in the child's life. Like, she's not monitoring every single comm out there. But she has access if necessary as a parent, and as you should have access. Because you also have to remember, when a child is under 13 years old, they need explicit permission from their parent to be able to be on a lot of platforms. No ifs, ands, or buts. Now, as they start coming of age, you allow them more freedoms and liberties and everything like that. When I was younger, my parents, you know, didn't monitor me as much, but my mom also was actively involved in the games that I actually purchased. So my mother, actually, I've talked about this a little bit before. My mother, was one of the people that stood up against a lot of these, you know, Christian moms that were like so scared. Of course, you know, Jewish family, so we didn't care as much about their Christian satanic panic BS. My mom was one of the people that was pushing back against all the moms that were freaking out about all the kids playing Doom. And my mom's like, from what I heard, he's a soldier on another planet killing demons. What's wrong with that? And then I remember when Halo came out. Halo, my mother was like, okay, this is rated M for mature. Why is it rated M for mature? Why do you want to play this game? And I remember we actually were at GameStop. This was back when you can actually, you know, talk to, you know, the people there, and GameStop was actually pretty decent. Well, actually, it wasn't even GameStop. It was Electronics Boutique. It was EB Games. And they actually had the demo for Halo. And, you know, basically, you know, they explained to my mom, so you're a Marine in space, and you're saving humanity from aliens. And my mom sat back, and she's like, okay, that makes sense. I'll buy the game. Mom was okay with that. The only time she really gave a little bit of pushback, a little bit, was Grand Theft Auto 3. And that was the first time where she actually was like, hold up. And she actually had to think about it for a little bit before she let me buy the game. And I mean, like, it was one of those, let's leave the store, let's see how I feel about this, and I'll come to a decision tonight. Think about it over dinner, and then mom's like, you know what? I don't think you're going to turn into Tony Montana, so let's go get the game. She also understood that I knew the difference between reality from a video game. But that's because my mother knew me. Children, and I was careful, however, I did let them have freedom. Yeah, my mom did the same thing. My mom let me have plenty of freedom. But my parents also knew I was responsible to know when things were up, because there was a time when I did have a predator reach out to me. I remember this. I was like 9 or 10 years old on AOL Instant Messenger. And I'm just hitting up with my friends, and, you know, we would be chatting about stupid things, and, you know, like what kids do, AOL Instant Messenger. Maybe it was ICQ. I think it was AOL Instant. Anyway, some rando person messages me and start talking to me. And it was one of those, like, you get the, like, spidey sense of, like, something's not right here, as young as I was. Because my parents had educated me. And that was immediately when I yelled for my dad, and my dad came down to check the computer, and I explained to him, like, there's this dude on the internet. I don't know him, but he's asking a lot of weird questions. And my dad took over and then started, you know, doing his thing. And I think he ended up calling the police and going through that whole thing. But yeah, but that's because my parents, you know, taught me. I was close to my parents for many years. Then my dad got, you know, fell into mental illness, unfortunately, as I've talked about. And my mother, she became addicted to pills. And that's kind of when I lost my mom. Like, I would actually say my mom's still living, but I'd have to say I lost my mom probably around... It started probably when she was like, when I was 15. She had a bad back surgery, things went wrong, but apparently from what my aunt told me, she's always had some issues with substances, even before I was born. So it's an unfortunate situation. And that's also why I am fervently against being prescribed any kind of painkiller. If I ever get a painkiller prescribed to me, and I have for surgeries and all that, I will look at whatever dose they have and I will take half of it. My general rule is, do I still feel a little bit of pain? Good. Is most of it gone? Great. I don't want to overdo it. My mom didn't realize what MK1 was lucky she didn't return it. MK1. MK1. What's MK1? I know what Duke Nukem is, what the other guy was talking about. Oh, Mortal Kombat! Yeah, I played Mortal Kombat. My mom thought it was a little bit aggressive, but she's like, it's an arcade game. You know? What would you recommend if you want to code and do ethical hacking on Linux, but you want to have privacy? I don't understand the issue. I mean, you're talking about Visual Studio Code and using Parrot OS and then doing some kind of CTF to, like, play things there. But there's really not an issue with what you're talking about. If that's what you're asking about. Hey, thank you for the follow, Ghost. Yeah, I hate meds because bad taste and I feel like crap after, so I don't get addicted. Well, that too. The only thing, like, I even try to avoid stimulant ADHD medication. Even though I am on ADHD medication now, I'm on a non-stimulant. Primarily because I want to avoid the crash, but also I want to avoid the addictive components. So. Let's see what else we have. Content-wise. So we saw the debit card, you know, cash trap thing. Oh yeah. YouTube was apparently caught violating privacy laws. Let's get through a few more videos before I switch over to a game. I think tonight we're going to play Schedule 1. They apparently had an update, so I'm curious about it. Especially since I usually set my TikTok to Schedule 1 to get around the filters and sensors around there. For those of you that are wondering why TikTok always shows Schedule 1, I found a loophole that if you set your game to Wolfenstein or Schedule 1, you don't get censored as hard by TikTok Live. Ha ha! Okay, so this is about YouTube violating privacy laws. This is from Deep Humor. I don't know why I'm not subscribed to them. They actually make some good content, and I've been following them for a little bit anyway. So, let's see what's going on here. Without even starting, looks like it's a GDPR case. So this is probably doing with the European Union. Ironically, they still believe in GDPR, even though they're trying to push EU chat control, which is a violation of Article 7 and 8 of the EU Charter, as well as a violation of GDPR. But let's go on.
Just got caught violating privacy law again. They just lost a 5.5-year case against Austrian NGO NOYB, which is basically a digital rights organization.
5.5 years.
Ordered full compliance with the user's GDPR data access request, highlighting widespread non-compliance by major platforms. GDPR stands for General Data Protection Regulation. So
the regulations we should have in the USA too.
Data access request under Article 15 of the GDPR. So in 2019, the privacy group filed 8 complaints against major streaming platforms, including YouTube, Spotify.
Oh, that's a wide net.
And Apple Music, for not complying with the EU's data protection law, the GDPR. The vast majority of you guys, I'm sure, use at least one, if not all, of these streaming platforms. So think about the fact that they could be violating our privacies. Under Article 15 of the GDPR, companies must provide users access to their personal data and explain how it is used, who it's shared with, and how long it's stored.
I totally agree with this. We should have this in the US.
Responded appropriately. The case against YouTube, owned by Google, stood out. A user requested their data in 2019 but received only part of it. Details missing, such as why the data was being processed.
Yep.
Had access to it. Yeah, definitely something to keep in mind if you decide to hand over YouTube an ID or a video verification. It took Austrian Data Protection Authority DSB 5.5 years to issue a ruling, finally ordering Google to hand over the complete information. The lawyer at NOYB, Martin, said these delays make it nearly impossible for users to exercise other rights like correcting or deleting their data. The DSB confirmed that companies must fully answer access requests in a clear, easy to understand format.
Google does not do that.
To comply, or they can appeal and they can just go ahead and keep delaying this data case for even more years. Obviously, though, you guys understand the connection being made. YouTube has now ordered everybody who wants to have access to advanced features to provide ID verification or a video verification or a selfie, credit card, things like that. Basically, very sensitive data that is revealing of our information.
We're probably not going to get this in the USA, though.
Lawsuits and regulatory rulings about privacy. It is going to be very, very interesting for everybody who decides to hand over information to YouTube. Obviously, for monetized creators like myself, we have to give YouTube our information anyways, but for those of you who don't have to, definitely be careful when you give YouTube and other companies your information, because at the end of the day, they're all being busted for violating our privacies, tracking our data, keeping our data, saying they deleted our data and they didn't, not telling us how they use said data, a bunch of things like that. YouTube has withheld a large amount of data, including information about the purpose of the processing, storage periods, data recipients, and the tracking cookie.
Okay, so we're going to pause here for a second. There's another component to this that they don't actually touch on, I think. We'll see if they do. But there are also a concept known as shadow profiles. So whether or not you're an actual user of Google or Meta or these other products, they actually create shadow profiles on you. So even though I don't have a Facebook account, I deleted mine a few years ago, Meta probably still has an account with my data, even though they say it's deleted, and all the stuff I've done since I deleted my account to tie that in to advertise things to me. And Google probably does the same thing. But yeah, why do people think websites are made in the first place? It shocks me that a lot of people don't connect the dots in how there's a lot of this free content, but don't see how they actually pay for this free content out there. Like, one thing I actually tell people is, you know, like, I understand, like, ad blockers and the usage around them, but one of the things I had to sit back and personally think about is, I'm a creator, okay? I have ads turned on in a lot of my content, my Twitch content, my YouTube content. You know, I get paid through some of that. Of course, YouTube still hasn't paid me a dime yet because I don't have nearly the following. But be that as it may, you get paid through those ads and those impressions and everything there. So I've actually made the conscious choice that when I'm on Twitch and I'm on YouTube, I will either sub to them on Twitch or let the ad run until such a time as I can decide that YouTube Premium is worth the expense. Right now I have to justify different expenses for my content creation side of things, and that's just not something I feel like using a few dollars towards. I'd rather put that money towards a few other things, because, you know, even though, like, I make a lot of content and I have a reasonable following, I'm not by any means making a lot of money. Full transparency here, on a good month, I maybe make like $300-400 a month. And when you consider all the stuff I'm building, tinkering, and all the hardware and software I put into all of this stuff, that budget pretty much gets eaten. I actually haven't paid myself any money. My editor, who does the clipping for my TikToks and YouTube Shorts, I have someone else do that. They've actually gotten paid more from my own content than I've paid myself. So that's where I'm at with that. But the shadow profile thing, didn't Facebook track using a pixel code so they could get information on you even if you didn't have an account? That's exactly what I'm touching on. So yeah, that is one thing. And I don't know how we're going to get that kind of information or limit that kind of information. But that is something that I think needs to be addressed eventually too. Yeah.
It is pretty damn problematic how long YouTube is able to delay a regulatory ruling like this, with that same lawyer saying it is absurd that a multi-billion-dollar tech company like Google rather engages in lengthy legal proceedings than to grant a user access to his personal data.
Right.
Even though the authority found a violation after several years, Google successfully delayed compliance with an access request for more than half a decade. This not only creates significant costs for a donation-funded NGO such as NOYB, it also robs...
They're purposely doing this so they don't have to get that actual settlement or anything to show wrongdoing.
I can just give you some information that you requested. You know, your
5.5 years is crazy.
It's crazy how Google is going through legal proceedings and spending money when they could have just provided the user who asked for their own
It was
data.
far cheaper to add that in than to go through this.
The case against YouTube and therefore against Google was simple and should have been easy to decide. The company had only provided a fraction of the data that it processes about the complainant and withheld information about the purpose of the processing, storage periods, data recipients, and tracking cookies used. It still took the Austrian Data Protection Authority 5.5 years to finally issue a decision. So I know I keep kind of restating this, but just want to make it clear. It took 5.5 years for this person to get the data of their own self.
That's ridiculous.
To delay that shit for 5.5 years. Why are they so desperate to hold on to our information? What is going on there? They try to put...
The reason why, I hate to pause again, is they don't want the precedent set up. Because the thing is, and it's similar to what I've talked about with the UK Online Safety Act, where the reason why they're going after 4chan and Kiwi Farms, even though I don't agree with those platforms, is that's the first domino to fall. If they can get US companies to agree to this that even aren't there, then they can easily go back and say, well, they did it, and have precedent for it. The same thing here. But it's not in Google's favor here, that if you have one person say, well, here's your data, then you open the floodgates to everyone else being able to do it, which then gives more transparency into what data is being collected, which I have a feeling, this is just my theory, they're going to see there's a lot more data collected than Google's actually letting on. And I have a feeling this is going to open the door to more violations they're going to find with Google. Because Google's entire business, and I touch on this, by the way, in the upcoming video of Android being Apple-fied, where we talk about how Android open source project is being closed down, how they are requiring you to sign the apps and everything like that. The reason why they're doing it is all the same reason. Google wants to collect more data on you because the more data points they have on you, the better they can actually sell your ad profile and sell ads to anyone. Go talk to anyone who actually has to do an ad campaign and they will tell you straight up, they have to use Google AdSense. There's really no other platform for advertising, especially with the analytics they have out there, that they can like precisely target you in ways that are completely unethical. I will be completely honest. You can target it down to, race, sex, age, and tons of different other factors. Like you want to pin it down to these specific people. It is amazing the amount of information that they can actually pin on you. And, is the stream dropping? Yeah, it's being a little bit iffy right now. It should be good. No, it's not you, Bedrock. It's, there was a little bit of a dip. I think my ISP is just having a moment for today. But yeah. So nonetheless, the reason why they pushed this out is I think it's going to cost them more in the long run. Even though, like, you have to think about this. Google doesn't just have one lawyer. They have an entire team of lawyers. Like, I would not be surprised if there is at least 20 lawyers working on this one case. And when you think about how much a lawyer costs, they're not cheap. A lawyer will cost you anywhere from $100 to $500 an hour, if not more. They would rather expense that money. Who knows how many millions of dollars they spent just to stop this one user from having access to their data. But yeah, like I said, it's all, I think, basically because Google's data collection, everything is kind of built on a house of cards for their business. And if you restrict the amount of data that they can collect and you have more awareness into the data that they collect, that loses their competitive edge because then other people can see what other data they're collecting for good or bad, for either improving their own metrics to sell ads or find violations that Google's collecting data on things they're not actually admitting to collecting data on, which then opens the door to more GDPR issues. Anyway, back to the video.
Every excuse in the book. Being well aware of enforcement deficits in Ireland, Google ultimately unsuccessfully tried to argue that the Irish Supervisory Authority is competent to handle this case. This alone massively dragged out the case. In addition, Google claimed that the complainant's access request was not precise enough, even though he had specifically listed the data he wanted to receive, and there is no such obligation to specify an access request. Making an access request should enable data subjects to exercise other rights, such as the right to erasure or rectification by providing them with information.
Exactly.
Of processing activity. If it takes more than 5 years to receive access, it becomes impossible to exercise other data subject rights. So because this decision has gone through, now they're going to be a little bit more tough with their enforcement. This decision has implications for users of other platforms as well. In its decision, the DSP once again made clear that companies must answer access requests and in an easily accessible form. Google unlawfully referred the complainant to several online tools to download his data, as well as YouTube's privacy policy, which obviously does not contain personalized information about the data that is processed about him.
Right.
Like I said earlier, Google now has 4 weeks to comply with the decision, or they can appeal it. And
this was not the outcome Google wanted.
More than 5.5 years of this person trying to request their data from Google and Google just refusing to give it to them. We could go.
This is also why Google, Meta, and other companies fight against data privacy laws in the U.S.
About privacy. Remember that they recently had to settle a YouTube children's privacy lawsuit because they were apparently violating the rights of the kids by collecting their personal information with.
Oh yeah, this was a big thing. Sorry to pause again. This was COPPA, the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, I think it is. They violated COPPA. And the fact that they settled a $30 million lawsuit, the reason why they did that is, I forget what the charge is, but I think, I could be wrong here, I want to say it's like $50K per incident. $50K per incident. If Google is willing to just settle at $30 million, but wanted to drag off another case for $5.5 million, that tells you how much they were effed. But Google will collect all kinds of data. And the problem is they don't want privacy laws like GDPR to come into America, and they lobby against it because it will ruin a lot of their business model. And then people will have awareness into just how Orwellian they kind of are.
Without parental consent. Alphabet, which is the organization that owns Google and YouTube, also in 2019 had to pay $170 million in fines and change some practices for similar charges. It had something to do with collecting kids' information as well. And then Google had also been fined $1.4 billion before for collecting biometric data as well.
Right.
In short, YouTube is collecting a lot of our information. It is no coincidence that YouTube is starting to lose these court cases now, ever since they've started requesting a lot of personal information from us. Video verifications, valid IDs, credit cards, things like that. Remember, before you hand over this type of stuff to YouTube, make sure you know exactly what's going on with them and the types of cases that they're losing. Let me know what your guys' thoughts are on the situation in the comments. Please leave a like on the video if you enjoyed it, and subscribe for more. See ya.
Oh, if Google is doing this, what the hell is Palantir doing? Palantir is a whole other level. That is actually like not only collecting the data, that is using data of different sources to tie and build other profiles to de-anonymize people. So that is a good question, because if like Google and all that can get penalized for COPPA and everything, what other children's information is accidentally getting swept up into Palantir, which then could violate COPPA? And that's why I think GDPR is such a threat to a lot of tech companies inside the USA, and why they are ardently against us getting any privacy laws inside of the USA, as I and many others in the InfoSec, cybersecurity, and privacy spaces have been fighting for many years. And a lot of people don't seem to know what the value is of their data, not just to yourself. And like, there's too many people that are like, oh, I'm okay with the government, you know, scanning all of my data. You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be okay with the government or a company scanning all your data more than they actually need, because it is dangerous with just how much data they can use and they're collecting without you knowing. But yeah. But yeah, it's kind of, you know, it's disturbing where the internet is going these days. Not just from, you know, Senate Bill 20 inside of Texas, the Kids Online Safety Act, the UK Online Safety Act, the EU Chat Control, the Screen Act in the USA. You know, like, it's so weird that all these things are happening all at once. Brazil, I think, is pushing some legislations as well. It's kind of ridiculous, where I don't know where we're going to be going from here as a country, as a society. Depends on what we're seeing and the difference. Oh, yeah. Why do people think websites are made? Oh, yeah. We already talked about that. But YouTube being caught on violating privacy laws does not shock me in the least. Shall we say that? Yeah. Yeah. Now, I do some other videos that I kind of wanted to save for another night. Like, there was the why I built my own phone because innovation is sad right now. That looked interesting. Some guy actually made their own phone. I'm curious what's going on with that. But that's like a roughly 30-minute video. We can dig into that another time. Let's see. The real problem with floating cities. Let's at least get one more video in before we switch gears into Schedule 1 and start gaming on Linux a little bit. All right, let's see. I'm going to pull up my Steam while I'm at this and make sure there's no updates that we have to have in the middle of this. Bear with me. Oh yeah, and did I tell you all that I pre-ordered Borderlands 4? Giovanni, I have a question. Well, what is your question? But yeah, I have Borderlands 4. It's going to be coming out soon. That's September 12th. So we're probably going to have a special stream next Friday. I have a mesh system, right? But I don't know how to use it. Mesh system is in what? Mesh-tastic, mesh radio, mesh Wi-Fi? What are you talking about? Because mesh applies to a lot of different technologies. I just want to make sure I'm clearly understanding what you're talking about. Mesh Wi-Fi. Okay. So you don't know how to use it. Okay, so let's see. Mainly a mesh Wi-Fi system. I'm gonna speak at a high level because I don't know what specific system you have, and I don't know all the specific systems that are out there, how they work. But basically how they work is you're gonna have a base station. Now we're talking about consumer setup, I would presume, because you're not probably talking about setting up an enterprise setup like I have with access points on VLANs and all that stuff. So it's probably like a Unify Amplify HD. You got the Netgear Orbeez. TP-Link has their own thing. There's a few out there. But basically at the high level is you have a base router that you physically hardwire the connection into. And then you're going to have these little satellite nodes that are going to have their individual power given to them. So you have to make sure that those individual nodes, first of all, are paired with the router that you have so that they can see it. Now, the router is probably going to have its own Wi-Fi signal itself as an access point. Usually they do that on top of the nodes because they have to transmit. And most often the consumer setups are not going to have a wired backhaul. So what you're going to do, take these remote nodes and you're going to place it at most, in my opinion, to where you have about 50% of the signal. You want to still have signal from that main station. And then you're going to place all your nodes that way so they have at least 50% signal. It may take some trial and error. And essentially what it's going to do is it's going to figure out the path that's best to get back to the router. So it could be one node is hopping off another node, then back to the router. It could be the router is connecting to both nodes individually. There's so many ways that this can happen. On my system, I have a wired backhaul. So what that means is I have an Ethernet cable going from my router and each of my access points. And then each one independently makes its own wireless signal, and then it communicates back to my router, which is a firewall, PFSense firewall, to pick up to send out the signal based on what the Unify controller is telling it to be programmed with. AC1200 whole house network. That doesn't mean anything to me. I need to know the vendor. But even then, the idea is going to be the same. You're going to have a base router. You're going to plug that into the Ethernet coming off of your modem from your provider, whether it be a fiber optic modem. I mean, it's technically not a modem, but that's the common colloquial term we give to it. But basically, it's going to be the one coming off of the, provider's equipment, unless you own your own router and, modem and stuff like that. It's going to plug into Ethernet, most likely, into your device. And then you're going to make sure the nodes, the access points, are all able to reach back to the main router over there. You'll probably have to consult your manual to pair it and everything like that. I'm not familiar with Jetstream. But the idea is basically the same for all of them. You're going to have remote nodes, they're going to pair back to the router, and they just have to, connect to each other. And then all the nodes are going to do is repeat the wireless signal that is given out there, the SSIDs and all of that. It is completely different than a wireless repeater, because a wireless repeater is horrible. It basically just takes your signal, brings it in, and then rebroadcasts a whole new network. Whereas a mesh network takes the entire network and it's wirelessly backhauled between it, and it'll just act as the same network. So when you walk around and, like, say you're near this node over here, and then suddenly you're closer to this node, you'll actually stop connecting to this node over here and then start connecting to this node over here. So my advice would be look up the manual for your device, how it's configured, follow that, because every manufacturer is going to be slightly different, but the main high level is the same for mesh network. All right. How about we watch this video over here? Don't know this creator already. Will Bethesda's new writer save the Elder Scrolls 6? So there's been a lot of hype around Elder Scrolls 6. I know I myself have been waiting for Elder Scrolls 6. And I don't know what I'm going to be feeling about this, knowing the direction Bethesda had with Starfield. So you connect the router to the main router? No, your router becomes the router. You replace the router you had and it connects to the modem unless you have some kind of janky setup from your ISP that they have a router, then you're going to have to set that up in bridge mode. You may have to contact your ISP to set that up in bridge mode.
That Bethesda have been criticized over the years for their poor writing, with each game entry seeing a further decline. For a long time, fans have called out for the studio to recruit new talent in their creative department, and now it appears
bridge mode, not broad mode, bridge mode.
Just maybe not the way that fans had hoped. According to this article, Bethesda
if they don't know what it is, escalate it.
John Dombrow as their senior quest designer. For people not familiar with his work, he was one of the main writers for BioWare on two of the most recent entries, Mass Effect.
If they don't know what it is, escalate.
Dragon Age the Veilguard. Both of these games received much criticism, with most of it being in regards to the poor writing in both entries. Dragon Age the Veilguard received particularly harsh reviews.
Yeah, I remember I tried Veilguard out and I just could not get into it, like when I was originally playing the game. How do I find that? Because I'm the owner of the router. No, you contact the ISP, you escalate it to a technician that actually knows what the hell they're talking about. Trust me, I've had to do this a million times. You contact the ISP, and if it's kind of hard to see what exactly you have going on with your network, but if you have a router, you have a mesh network, and they provide your router. If you just have a modem, you only need to connect to the modem. You don't need to have two routers. And if they, for some reason, have a router modem combo, then you need to contact them and tell them that you need it in a bridge mode. If you don't know how, if they can't figure that out, look up your router model, go to Reddit. There'll be someone that'll have instructions for how to do it. But ultimately, there's a lot of unknowns that I can't unfortunately answer because I don't know specifically ISP, modem, router, all that combo that you have there, and I don't know the specific steps for your equipment without being in front of it. So there's going to have to be some things that you're going to have to do your due diligence on, and honestly, Reddit is a huge resource for this. Let me restart this video because I didn't listen. So, Elder Scrolls 6, there's some concerns about will it be that great because, yeah, I'm a big Elder Scrolls fan if you haven't realized that by now. I have my Elder Scrolls 3 guide over here somewhere. I do need to replay that game sometime. We'll be playing that again sometime soon, probably after I get through Borderlands and Gurkon. But let's see what they're talking about with the new writer for Elder Scrolls 6, because there's been some concerns, and a lot of people are just worried about, is Elder Scrolls 6 going to live up to the hype? Because Elder Scrolls 1 through 5, great games. But I wonder if it's going to fall off. So let's go from there.
So it is no secret that Bethesda have been criticized over the years for their poor writing, with each game entry seeing a further decline. For a long time, fans have called out
Starfield was a letdown.
New talent in their creative department, and now it appears that they finally reacted, just maybe not the way that fans had hoped. According to this article, Bethesda have recently hired John Dombrow as their senior quest designer.
Hold on, is his name really John Dongbrow? Is that his name? Good God.
For people not familiar with his work, he was one of the main writers for BioWare on two of the most recent entries, Mass Effect Andromeda and Dragon Age the Veilguard.
Not a good reputation to have there.
With
Yeah.
most of it being in regards to the poor writing in both entries. Dragon Age the Veilguard received particularly harsh reviews due to some of the subjects covered within the game's story. Bethesda's reliance on open worlds and legacy lore has long masked its weak storytelling, and for many, Starfield was the last straw. Games like The Witcher 3, Baldur's Gate 3 and Red Dead Redemption 2 have raised the bar for writing, exposing just how far Bethesda's storytelling lags behind its competitors. Bringing in the former Veilguard writer is Bethesda's way of bridging that gap. But will it work? In this video, I'm going to explain why Bethesda's writing has declined over the years, where they struggle most, identify why it's essential they improve, and I'll also cover John Dombrow's resume, past record, and answer the question, is he the solution to Bethesda's writing woes? Well, let's get into it and find out, and of course, as always, consider subscribing. So why do Bethesda need new writers now? Why are these issues only evident in recent times? Well, for that to make sense, we need...
So I got to pause for a second. So if you don't know the history of Bethesda and the amazing world building they did with the Elder Scrolls games and the entire lore of Tamriel, the religion and everything, it was amazing. I remember learning about some of the process they had with it, where they actually were... They didn't set out to make this RPG game. They set out originally to make a fighting game. And then they kind of realized that as they added more elements, it just basically was an RPG game. And then they added this whole aspects of new religion, cultures, and things like that. And it just brought on this life of its own. If you haven't actually ever seen the first Elder Scrolls games, because a lot of people, their first Elder Scrolls game was Elder Scrolls 5, maybe 4. My first Elder Scrolls game was 3, Morrowind, which still has a very fond place in my heart. And I love the Oblivion remaster, do not get me wrong. But I would absolutely love Elder Scrolls 3 to be modernized. If you could take that entire story, that entire game world, all of it, modernize it, that would be amazing. But Elder Scrolls 1 and 2 were really amazing in their own right. Elder Scrolls 3 just happened to be the first 3D Elder Scrolls game. And I remember it originally was on Xbox. But it was so slow to load and everything on the original Xbox. That was a big reason why I got back into PC gaming at the time. Because when I was younger, I was more of a console gamer. You know, you had Halo and a lot of these great platform games that you couldn't get on PC. And, Elder Scrolls 3 on PC leaps and bounds better than the console. And that's how it's always been for all the Elder Scrolls game. But yeah, so I'm really worried about if they will do Elder Scrolls 6 justice. In fact, I want to just show you, like, I still have right here. Hold on. I just saw it the other day. It is... I just saw it the other day, too. Ah, here we are. This is the actual Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind Game of the Year Edition strategy guide. Because this game was so extensive, unlike... Elder Scrolls 3 had very great storytelling and lore, but there were actual puzzles in here you had to solve. I could not figure out that there's a reason why Elder Scrolls 4 and 5, I keep saying it feels dumbed down. Because it really was. In Elder Scrolls 3, I feel like you had more power and everything like that. And you had more capabilities with different things. There were definitely things that, is kind of lagging behind, but... this is, I think Elder Scrolls 3 was probably my favorite overall. When was this book made? Copyright 2003. That's how long that's been around. But yeah, so I'm really nervous about what they're going to do with Elder Scrolls 6. because I don't think you understand. Elder Scrolls is like up there with Tribes in my mind as like my favorite all-time franchises I've played, right up there with Halo. Those are like the things that are like sacred to me. And I do not want to see them mess it up, because they already messed up Halo, in my view, with the newest iterations of it. I still haven't played Halo 5, and I think I played Halo 4 on the Master Chief Collection. I think it's there. But they don't have it on PC. Oh, and Gears of War was another franchise that I really liked. But not all the games are on PC, and I'd like to replay them. But anyway.
Need to identify why their writing declined over the years. So, back in '94, Bethesda released The Elder Scrolls 1 Arena. This entire game was made essentially by one man.
See what I was talking about?
Julian LeFay. Alongside Ted Peterson and Vijay Lakshman, they began making the first Elder Scrolls game. Originally, it was just supposed to be a fighting game, but once they started adding the stats, the decision making, the team building mechanics, they noticed it was looking more and more like an RPG over time, and thus they decided to make the Elder Scrolls.
Yeah, like Elder Scrolls 2, I think, had the largest game world. It was like the size of Great Britain.
Daggerfall would expand much further on the lore in the world of Tamriel. With Daggerfall, Ted Peterson and Julian LeFay didn't just...
I still can't believe we didn't have horses in Morrowind.
...of an entire universe, crafting the vast living world of the Elder Scrolls from the ground up. The world that we know and love today.
Yeah.
So it's important to note that everything about the series was made by these men. Anyway, fast forward to 2002 and Morrowind released under the direction of Todd Howard, and joining the team was a man named Ken Rolston. Now Ken Rolston was a veteran tabletop RPG designer, before joining Bethesda as lead designer on Morrowind and Oblivion. Now at Bethesda, he shaped the game's factions, their quests and the lore, bringing his tabletop philosophy of player freedom, moral ambiguity and layered storytelling into the series. His input was hugely important in Morrowind's success, which is considered not just one of the best written Elder Scrolls games to date, but also one of the best RPGs.
Period. Hands down.
His next project, Oblivion. When working with other writers, he would provide them a framework, a guidebook for how they would set up their quest lines. He'd include a basic plot summary, different branching choices, the story and lore of what they were writing about. Basically, he'd give the writer the outline and let them flesh it out from there. Now this was essential. One of the major areas he covered was the factions, and one of the factions in Oblivion was the Dark Brotherhood, which was to Bethesda's current lead writer,
the Night Mother.
Now under Ken Rolston's leadership, Emil would follow the guidance that he was provided, and this faction storyline is widely considered one of Bethesda's best to date. So much so, Emil ended up getting a promotion. So, although Emil was credited with the Dark Brotherhood questline, it's important to note that Ken Rolston gave him the foundation. Now, after Oblivion released, Ken Rolston left, as did Julian LeFay and Ted. So all of this incredible writing talent had just up and left. And that's when Emil Pagliarulo took over. Bethesda suddenly went from having a giant team of talented writers to...
That explains a lot with Skyrim.
What I just want to quickly touch on is when Bethesda acquired the Fallout franchise. Like how the Elder Scrolls universe was created by others, the Fallout world was developed by Tim Kaine, and Bethesda would take that established lore and run with it. So up until this point, we have two incredible universes in the Elder Scrolls and Fallout, with deep established lore. But the issue is, the talent who created these worlds are no longer there to add to it. So after Emil became lead writer, he would add his own stories and side quests to new entries, such as Skyrim, Fallout 3 and 4. But in truth, the storytelling was pretty weak. Fallout 3's main plot had more holes than Swiss cheese. Only 30% of players completed Skyrim's story, and Fallout 4's story, well, it's often ridiculed online. Side quests were not much better, but the thing that masked all of this poor lackluster storytelling, the lore. The lore of the Elder Scrolls and the lore of Fallout, built by those who had already left.
That's what kept me coming back.
The story sucked, but its world was incredible.
Right.
Skyrim's characters were forgettable, but its map was outstanding. These already established IPs, with their rich history, would paper over the cracks. Add to this, players back then didn't expect both quality and quantity. Side quests were often shallow, simple fetch missions or filler content that players tolerated in exchange for massive open worlds.
You'd have to mod it to actually get really good experience out of it.
200 generic side quests in a massive open world, or a short, well-written story in a linear game. Quantity or quality. Never both. Then, in 2015, The Witcher 3 rewrote the rulebook, delivering side quests with real stories.
I should play The Witcher again.
Raising the bar and making Bethesda's formula feel outdated overnight. They not only outshone Bethesda's side quests in quality, but also somehow managed to match them in quantity. After this game, we would see other games match this new standard.
Yeah, The Witcher definitely raised the bar.
Come Deliverance, Baldur's Gate 3, and many others. Nowadays, having good writing in an open world RPG...
You know, I still haven't played Baldur's Gate yet. I should play that too.
...mandatory. So, let's fast forward.
Having a career sucks.
This was Bethesda's newest title, and there was no established lore. Without this, Emil Pagliarulo would have to build a new setting himself from scratch. It didn't really work. He leaned on uninspired humans in space tropes. So, in space, pirates in space, and reskinned Earth culture. So, like Starbucks.
Yeah, I gave up on.
Instead of alien
I gave up on it.
or cosmic mysteries, players found copy-paste.
I got bored of it.
Bland towns, and forgettable, often procedurally generated side quests.
Yep.
Combined with repetitive exploration, the result felt shallow and uninspired.
Yep.
With world building and writing widely regarded as Bethesda's weakest to date. Now, when you look at other space worlds like Mass Effect or
loved Mass Effect.
There is so much world building, and it's why fans love them. How Bethesda only landed on humans in space is beyond me. I've done a deeper video on this subject here, but here's the main takeaway. Without the established lore, as was provided with the Elder Scrolls and Fallout, Emil showcased that he did not have the talent to make up the ground.
Right.
His weaknesses were brought to the forefront. Add to this, he just couldn't keep up with the standards in video game writing that was introduced by games like Witcher 3, and he continued writing these monotonous fetch quests that gamers found outdated. Now, just to quickly touch on Emil Pagliarulo, he did a speech once where he taught aspiring game writers his philosophy.
So let's say, okay, we're going to write the great American novel. It's going to be this thick. And on every page will be written comedy and tragedy, and it'll be wonderful, it'll be amazing. And you're going to give this book, this great American novel, to the player. And what are they going to do with it? They're going to rip out every page and make paper airplanes out of them. And they're never going to see your story. They are going to spend 30 hours making shacks.
So, in other words, he's saying there is...
What the hell, man?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Very little point writing an incredible story and putting too much effort into it because most players won't bother to read it. That's
such a BS idea.
He should want to write the best story regardless because it's what writers do. They write stories. Besides this, he has 3 rules that he follows, which are...
KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. Write what you know. Great games are played, not made.
So his KISS mantra is where he tries to simplify stories and tries not to have more than one central theme as it might confuse players. Black and white writing. So the good guy is good just because he's good, but then the bad guy's evil just because he wants to be evil. Like the Enclave in Fallout 3 asking the player to poison everyone. No reason, no motive, just evil for the sake of it. Now,
that doesn't make sense.
Gamers are actually more intelligent than ever now, and they really do crave deeper, more complex stories, especially in RPGs. Which handled morally grey areas. Baldur's Gate 3 gave players complete freedom, and Expedition 33 has wowed fans with its dark tones. So Emil is out of touch with this KISS mantra, and this way of thinking is now outdated. What you know? Well, we saw that in Starfield as he literally just took what he knew, which was America, and moved it to space. He stuck with the familiar, Spacers, Starbucks, Terra Brew.
Oh God!
Fargo, Galbank. And that familiarity made the writing feel unimaginative. And finally, Good games are played, not made. Now, I could totally see where he's coming from with this, but the problem is, modern Bethesda titles lack any RPG decision making, so he's sort of working against that. Role-playing freedom has been stripped away over the years at Bethesda. For example, in Morrowind, you could kill main quest NPCs, faction leaders, even essential characters, and the game would adapt to your choices. Later titles like Fallout 4 and Skyrim scaled.
Now, I will make a note here. If you kill a main character in Morrowind, they stay dead, and then you'll get this warning of, you know, like, you need to go back to an old save because this, you know, character is dead, and then you can't continue on the main story progression. So that is one mechanic that I did like they added into Elder Scrolls 4 was the people could be, you know, never killed. They just revive after a while. Because that was annoying. There was a few times I accidentally killed the main character and then I had to roll back to a save. And then, yeah, that was one thing I had to remember, as well as it didn't auto-save that often in Morrowind. So, like, you had to constantly quick save whenever you were like, okay, we're entering an area. Cool, save.
That back, instead focusing on linear plot lines. Nowadays, players
wish I could go back to a save point. Tell me about it.
Ever, as games like Baldur's Gate 3 and Witcher 3 have shown. So in short, for a long time Bethesda have needed to bring in new writing talent as their current setup has grown stale and has limitations. Their philosophies that they stick to have also grown outdated. Hopefully I've explained why Bethesda needed to expand their writing team. John Dombrow is the new man tasked with elevating Bethesda's writing, but is he the right man for the job? Well, let's take a look at his track record. At BioWare, he worked on Davrin's story arc and the Veiljumper storyline in Dragon Age the Veilguard, questlines that often felt one-dimensional, black and white, and juvenile. Exactly the same weaknesses that plague Starfield.
Yeah.
His credits also include co-leading writing on Mass Effect Andromeda and serving as senior writer on Anthem.
These are not great titles to have a pedigree of.
Characters, poor dialogue, and uninspired storytelling. That's especially disappointing considering that both the Mass Effect and Dragon Age series were once celebrated for some of the best, most mature writing in RPG history. When you look at the Mass Effect trilogy, the Dragon Age series, these games were popular solely because of their great writing. Their characters.
It was deep.
Role-playing.
Yeah.
They didn't have the best graphics or the best gameplay, but the writing elevated these titles to huge success. Mass Effect Andromeda and Dragon Age the Veilguard were both poor in these departments, and it essentially brought about both series' demise. Dombrow walked into two franchises that were flying high and was part of the writing teams that delivered their weakest entries. Now, to be fair, he wasn't the only writer, and he did contribute to better received projects as well, like Telltale's Game of Thrones and BioShock's expansion, But when you look at the major franchises he touched at BioWare, the pattern is clear. His style leans to simplistic, predictable, and risk-adverse writing. The same issues that fans already...
You need to have risks and story.
...writing under Emil Pagliarulo. Instead of bringing in a bold new voice to push the studio forward, Bethesda may have just hired another Emil. As I identified earlier, Bethesda struggle at writing complex stories with multiple characters. They struggle with RPG mechanics and decision making in their games. They needed an expert in those areas where they struggle to come in and help the team out. John Dombrow doesn't seem to have much experience in any area where Bethesda struggle, and it doesn't appear like he'll help fill in the gaps.
Yeah,
and that's the real problem.
That's been my worry.
Bethesda needed someone who can close the gap with studios like CD Projekt Red, Larian, or Rockstar, teams that are delivering mature, complex stories that set the modern standard. Hiring Dombrow feels less like a leap forward and more like a sideways move. Bethesda have fallen so far behind in their writing compared to other AAA.
So I just wanted to say, like, yeah, that's the one thing is like, okay, Rockstar definitely needs to make a new title out of, you know, Grand Theft Auto. They've been doing the same thing for like 10 years. The CD Projekt Red, though, you know, is a great, but both of these studios are great examples of they take risks with their stories, but they also create characters that you may not necessarily like, but you end up liking because of their complexity. Like, take Trevor inside of Grand Theft Auto 5. Trevor was an interesting character. And the same thing could be said with, you know, Red Dead Redemption, and you had this moral ambiguity he's talking about. In Elder Scrolls 3, you didn't have this black and white, you know, there's good, there's bad. There was always this nuance kind of painted in, as well as, you know, an understanding of this class system with, you know, the Dunmer and all these different, you know, people inside of there, and picking your particular race would have impacts about how you would interact with different people. But Elder Scrolls 4 and 5 kind of felt like they were a little bit flat compared to Elder Scrolls 3. And I feel like Bethesda, being this massive studio, can't really adapt as well as they should. And I think that's where, you know, they're all baffled at these independent studios and where they're shining. Anyway, let's continue on.
Studios, and whilst I think it's admirable that they're expanding their writing team and accepting that they do need to make changes, I just wish they would dream a little bigger.
Yep.
Go look at the team behind Tainted Grail, or the team behind Fallout London, or even go and poach someone from one of the big boys like CD Projekt Red.
Yeah.
Go find the top talent and go get it. Identify what you're weak at and find someone who's strong in that area who can help.
I think they're afraid to take risks.
It's like having a soccer team. You have 5 good attacking players, but no good defenders. Go out and recruit new defenders to help improve the team. Don't go out and buy another 5 attackers, as it won't fix the problem. That's what I feel they've done with hiring John Dombrow. Added more of the same. Bringing in a writer who struggles exactly where Bethesda struggles. I'm not sure this will help. But look, this is one man's career, and I know that he will have had to work within the parameters given to him by higher-ups at BioWare, so I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. I played the Game of Thrones by Telltale Games, and it did have some incredible writing, so I know there's talent there. But until we see his...
Yeah, but they had writing from Game of Thrones to follow.
I will reserve my judgment and not be too harsh. When you look at Davrin's questline in Dragon Age the Veilguard, it was one of the better storylines, I would say, and the Veil Jumpers was okay. Again, it was very cartoonish, good and bad. Like, it was very predictable writing. You knew who was going to be the bad guy. You knew who was going to double cross you. Very straightforward, but it wasn't the worst writing, and he has done other projects as well to some success. Also, because he did work on Dragon Age the Veilguard, some people will link him with the Tash character, and they'll start going on about DEI and gender politics, saying that Bethesda have gone woke.
Yeah.
He had nothing to do with that character or their plotline, so we can't really use that against him. It's a weak argument.
That's a whole other issue.
To do with him. But the only thing we can judge him on is his past work and his record, and based on the stats presented, right now, it doesn't make the best of reading.
Nope.
But anyway, that's it for this one, but what do you guys think? Do you feel John Dombrow is a good addition to Bethesda? What are your thoughts on Emil's past work? And do you think The Elder Scrolls 6 will see a huge improvement in its writing? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. If you enjoyed the video, please consider giving it a thumbs up. And if you're new here, please consider subscribing. I'm Av Gaming, where we do video game analysis, identifying what...
Yeah. Overall, you know, pretty good video. But yeah, I am really worried about how Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be coming out. And we're going to be playing with that. Because that is definitely a game that I've been excited for playing many years. Because they've only been rehashing Elder Scrolls 5 for so many years. I've been playing since Elder Scrolls 3. I still haven't gotten around to playing Elder Scrolls 1 and 2. Eventually I do. But I would have to probably set up a DOS box for that, I think, because they're a little bit older. But that shouldn't be too hard to set up. I'd have to load... Well, actually, I think... if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I actually bought Elder Scrolls Arena. So I have Elder Scrolls Arena in my Steam library. I just don't have... was it Daggerfall? I think the earlier one. But yeah. Anyway. So now... yeah. Okay. That's interesting. But now, let's do a little bit of gaming on Windows, Linux, not Windows, F that. So, apparently they have some updates to Schedule 1. So that'll be fun to play. We haven't played that in a while. Schedule 1 is a fun little game. They have a cartel update. An interesting thing about Schedule 1 that I've learned about is this is apparently all made by one guy. Which just blows my mind. So the last time we actually played this, funnily enough, was on 420. Ah! That's funny. Okay. So let me set the scene here in a sec. So we can get some tunes going. Open up the music. And we can chill out. Yeah, we can play Aussie. And of course, y'all can still talk tech with me and all that. I mean, this isn't too demanding of a game, so we can easily, you know, swap in anything else. Okay, so I haven't played this in a while, so this will be interesting. So apparently they've added the cartel update for this. Now, if I can remember where I was at with this, I think I had just got a couple of properties. Oh yeah, I had a nice stash. If I was good enough, I would want to join the Space Force. I wish it was this easy in real life. College would have been way more fun. Okay, so we gotta open up the hatch. Drop that in. I made $6. The dark. Oh, I need the trash grabber. Why is my game stuttering? It should not be stuttering. This is not a high-demand game. I have a 3070. I remember this game just a little bit. Shot in the dark. I wonder why we can't just get an automated machine to just drop it for you. Okay, so let's pack another jar over here. There we go. I need to get some more jars, I guess. God damn, my racks are all full. I'll have to clean all my junk up soon. So how do I mix a strain worth at least 60 bucks? Oh, wait. Is he there? Alright, so... Whee! Oh, yeah. Don't I have a house somewhere around here? Yeah, okay. That's what I remember. Okay, that's what I thought. I didn't have anything in here. Who the hell just throws out a good bong in the street? That's a party foul. That's annoying. Alright, so now... Oh, goddamn. I forgot I had those. That's good to know. Let's get 20 of those. And... God, I'm gonna have to get another table. I mean, ATM. Oh, so I have to go to an ATM. That's kind of annoying, yeah. You can't just pay him in cash. Let's drop 3 Gs. Like you'd be able to do that in real life. No, you can't. It's the Popo. It's the 5-0, man. Oh, I got a little backyard area. That's nice. Drugs are bad, okay? Okay, so let's put a packaging station there. Let's put that there. Okay, so we got 10 grows out here. All right, let's go get some more water. We need a watering can and some trimmers. Let's get some more soil while we're at it. And we'll get some jars while we're at it too. Probably should get back before curfew hits. Okay, come on. I do need to get seeds ordered, though. Let's see. Contacts. No. Where do I go? I need to order a dead drop. Okay. Oh, we got a few minutes. All right, let's get another day. Let's go. I forget we can punch. What am I looking for? Randy's bait and tackle. At the bungalow. I should go to my little stash spot over there. This way I can pre-code. Is it a bad idea to use AI to code a backend? No, as long as you're actually paying attention to what it's doing. Dickhead. I use AI to help me build little frameworks and that all the time because it saves me a lot of time. But you should always be cognizant of it can make errors, so always review everything and don't trust it blindly. Puke. I can't remember where the bait store is. Okay, let's see. Where do we need to go? Do 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 do. I do 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 do. No 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 no. Do no 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 no. I gotta refamiliarize myself with the town. Fuck the police. Huh? Hillville. The fat dragon. Going off the rails on the crazy train. Have you heard of Claude Code? Yeah. They use it inside the AWS Amazon Q that I actually use at work. It works pretty well. It'll make mistakes here and there though too. But it doesn't, it's not that bad. At least the Amazon Q that I played with. What is it? Claude Sonnet 4, I think we're on. I'm gonna get that priest high. Andy Hanks. Okay, I'm really annoyed. Where the hell is the bait and tackle? Let me see. Schedule 1. I really wish they'd give you the, places' names. Where is... Oh, Ricky's bait and tackle is at the end. Okay. So, I'm close to it. Fuck the police. Oh. Gotta do something sketch. Oh, you're just throwing out a bunch of trash out here? Okay. We got my seeds. Getting around to Popo. I'm smarter than your average bear. All right. Let's get back to my house. Not sure if you've seen this question. Yeah, I did. I've said that I've used Claude Code before. It's part of Amazon Q. All right, let's get... Oh, I gotta get a trash grabber. All right. Got almost all the bags. Again, I wish that it was this easy in real life, because college would have been so much easier. Oh. I was like, yeah, there's another bag over here. Okay, that makes sense. That watering can sure can hold a lot of water. Because I know for my own little herb garden I only have a 1 gallon. This guy's holding 10 liters, which is close to 3 gallons. Yeah, I haven't played this in a few months. So I decided to go play it since they have the new cartel update. And I didn't get too far in the game. Okay, it's 7:34. Let's put this back. I don't remember what time is curfew, but let's go. Oh, the store's closed. Now, what I need to know is... how do I make a Schedule 1 in a $60 strain so I can get past this part? Alright, let's see. What was I looking for? Let's get 20 of those. And I'm gonna need a trash can. So now... All right, so we got that. Okay, so I'm gonna have to run back to my spot, drop off those things. Okay, that needs water. Okay, hold on. I know there was... Yeah, that's where it was. I'm lucky. Because I just have a bunch of green on me. All right. Oh yeah, we probably should need to order a dead drop. Okay, so we got the drop for that. I need to get some more shelves, I think. Okay, we need to get... I wonder... Get a pre-owned toilet. Okay, there we go. Okay. I'm gonna use my little trimmers. Get that. Okay, we almost got them all trimmed. It's interesting how it just leaves it out. Okay, so we got that all packaged up. Put all the green over here so I know which is which. But I need to get some baggies so we can at least... Cool. So we got that cleared up at least. Oh. How did I forget to trim the rest of this? Okay, if that's OG... Okay, then... Alright, we got that cleared up. And we we got these done. Take that. Yeah, may as well put that there. And then we can throw this out. Here's banana and donut. Go back to apartment and access the mixing station. Mix the... Okay, so we got that taken care of. But now I gotta go to the skate park. Let's get to the skate park. Can I make it? Now, where's the dead drop at the skate park? It's right here. Alright, let's... Hey. I leveled up my peddler skills. Oh, I got seeds out here? Forgot about those. Probably should pack those up too. Benji out there hustling. Okay, so we're gonna need three sour diesel and OG. Alright, let's bag this trash. Is this Temple OS? No, this is Schedule 1. No! This is Patrick. Okay, so... Puke, banana, and donut. Continue the process until you use up all the ingredients. Finally, you'll get a product. You can get horse semen. Jesus. Oh, that's not my house. This is my house. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need to get some more, shelving space. Oh, God damn it. That was the whole point of why I came. Okay, come on. Let's go. Drugs. Oh, I had plenty more seeds over here. Yeah, I gotta move most of my op over there. Oh, I gotta unbag it. God damn it. I should have done that back when I was there. Always annoys me with the skateboard mechanic of this game. Is this Linux? No, this is Patrick. Oh, the output you get must be mixed with the remaining ingredients. Oh. You know, this is not how it works in real life. So I basically got to take these 3 items and beef them up. Thick dick. Alright, now I gotta go find a payphone. What's up, Frozen Fusion? Money, 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 money. Money. God damn it. I don't have any little baggies. God damn it. Did not stick that landing. 10K earnings, not bad. Soon you'll have enough capital to start manufacturing meth. So I need to get to the warehouse now. Yeah. You know, this guy is probably, like, got the lowdown on all the random shit that's happening in this community. Alright, let's go bag this up for Benji. You know, it's a shame Ozzy's passed. Kind of weird how he, outlasted, Chester. Wow, he's actually got some work ethic. He's up. Wee. All right, we're gonna be running through, get back on the skateboard. Oh, we got a ton of soil now. Okay, so we need to get to the warehouse. Warehouse is... Warehouse is right around the corner. Okay. What the hell are you going on about? All right, let's see. Where is the warehouse? Oh. I think people just need to relax sometimes and realize people are gonna have things you're gonna disagree with. Oh, so I gotta wait till 6 p.m. I agree with everyone. I am a people pleaser. That sounds like an issue, not an ish-me. Oh, it's behind the laundromat. Okay. May as well grab this. Wait, Allie. Oh, Allie. All right, we got plenty of seeds, I think. God damn. Wish I had that much green when I was in college. God damn! That's new. Yo, she cray. Yeah, she cray cray. She looked like a meth head. That's new in this game. I don't remember me getting attacked before. You gotta stay with some crack on you. Guess I gotta save more often. Did they slice it off? Slice what off? My dick? Give him the old dick twist. Grab his dick and twist it. All my life I wanted you know what I do, you little what I wanna stop. All I do, to stop. All my life I wanted to the top. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't wanna stop. All my life I've been to the top. At least get this growing. Oh, we still got plenty of time. Alright, I should have plenty of soil when I need to refill this. Get some more water. Top that up for the next one. We'll just take our sweet time. Dropping the trash in the trash can. Kind of funny how, like, little vial there apparently makes it, like, that much more trash. I'm looking forward to Borderlands 4 coming out in, what is it, about 2 weeks now? We'll probably be doing a Friday stream for that in 2 weeks. I haven't played Borderlands in a minute. That should be fun. It's wild how it's already flowering. And it ain't even been a full day. I wish it were that easy to grow just any kind of plant. $9 p.m. to 5 a.m. Makes you wonder why they just, like, put the entire city in a curfew. Puts barrier there. Doesn't look for people to cross over. Oh, right. She gonna light up right here. Landed her. We got about half an hour. Or 25 seconds, more or less. Yo, man. There we go. I'm looking for some weaponry. How is the frying pan $100? But the machete is $10. Oh. Hang up organic items, weed, coca leaves to improve their quality. Okay, I know what we're gonna do. Okay, we need to go to the fixer. Um... Wait, I have a sweatshop? Good God, that was close. Woo, that was close. Are they gonna come in my house? Woo! If they came in here, they'd bust me. Oh, what did you do? Oh God, what did you do in Discord? All right, let me see. What did you put in Discord? If my Discord will open. Oh, it's in general? 1 second. All right, let's see. General. God damn it, vampire. All right, let's pack this up. That was weird. It got stuck behind the bag. Okay, good. Now... You found it on TikTok? I didn't know you could share images like that on TikTok. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with TikTok, because I know Trump always chickens out, but how are we going to deal with the elephant in the room of it being banned? There's it again. All right. Now we need to package that. Okay, so it's still 4 a.m. All right, let's see. Let's get 3 of these, 3 of these, 2 of these, and 2 of these. And then we'll be able to do at least get this done before the morning. Oh yeah, that's right. You can share pictures in the comments. All right, let's see. Now, let's get these 2 in there, then we can start watering. That actually makes life a lot easier. Okay, so those will be the last ones that we need there. And then we're gonna get, hold on, which ones are we short on? Green Crack and Granddaddy Perp. Alright, so I gotta make some more money at the dead drop. Hey! We're up to a Peddler 4. I think I need to get Benji some more product. Yeah, I gotta get him some more product. So he's got Sour D and Granddaddy Perp. Okay, so... might need a weapon. Oh, I got a machete. There's a cheat to this game where the first letter of the name and the day depends on how much you get and who wants what. Oh, really? Alright, let's at least go to the payphone. This extra to pseudo, you're gonna need to hook yourself up with the supplier. So you're on your own for that. There ought to be one in Westville you can get. Open up your contacts and look for a in Westville. Alright, so we need to go to the pawn shop. Now that we, Am I still just on chatting? God damn it. Hold on. No, it's on schedule 1. Is it really saying that I'm still on just chatting? Interesting. I don't know why I did that, because it says, schedule 1. You said you have a little one you teach tech to. You're going to teach them about Matrix so she can just text your mom securely. I think I got her on Signal. I still gotta teach her the ins and outs of the privacy stuff. Huh, interesting. That was weird. It said it on my end. Mama, I'm coming home. Mama, I'm coming home. Mama, I'm coming home. I hit the wrong button on accident. Times. Mama, I'm coming home. This video is talking about. I'll have to check it out in a sec. Mama, I'm coming home. 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 Mm-hmm. All right. Dropping buds. It's annoying that you can't deal out of the jars. Because that just makes so much sense to me. Let's go get some jars, because I'm out of jars. Fuck the police. You have the cheat sheet for this game? I haven't really done the cheat sheet. You want the website? Yeah, sure. All right. Okay, there's gonna be an extra bed there. Can't believe there's a wiki for this game already. I'm very much in demand, as I can see. Look at the moon. You know, it's still funny looking back at this that Ozzy was considered too crazy for Black Sabbath. Bark at the moon. Bark at the moon. Alright, so now let's replace this with the suspension rack. Upgrades, people, upgrades. All right. Why do I feel it takes longer to actually fill the soil now? All right, let's get the soil filled up over here. Then we're gonna clean up all the trash. I may turn the hotel into a chemical lab. Close. All right, let's see. How do I have 7, 7, and 7? All right. But that should do it. All right, let's get this sour D planted. Market's bad. We out here selling salads now? Well, yeah. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll. All right. Oh yeah, those definitely grew a lot faster. Crazy bee ain't out here. Alright. Let's go to the skate park for the dead drop. Dude. That's right. You better not give me a ticket, because I was not in the wrong. You hit me. Oh, that explains it. I forgot to. I got my Sudafed. You know, because my nose is stuffy. That's what we got it for, right? What's up, pizza to pepperoni? How's it going? Sorry I didn't catch you. I was just, chilling. Oh, I know what we should do. Alright. Okay, Sudafed goes there. I know what you should do. Alright, cool. We're gonna run this back to my place. I was so crazy the Popo were gonna catch me. I'll punch him. Go woo, woo, woo. Hello, boys. How you doing? Okay, and we got that. Got that. Save my game before I forget. Oh. Oh, I got more buds? Oh yeah, this grows a lot more green now. I get 12 per now. Upgrades, people, upgrades. I think last time with the tent I was getting about 8. Can you sell the tents? Or are you kind of just stuck with them? Oh yeah, Chief, did you know they were trying to put DRM on antenna TV? Hold up, wait, what? Why would they be trying to put DRM on antenna TV? And how would that even work? Because the TV doesn't have a signal to do that. There's a video on Discord about it. Okay, I'll have to check that out. I'm gonna have to get some more jars soon. Alright, so now let's get this container over here popping. Oh wow, I got too many bags. It's going to be ATSC3. DRM on a TV doesn't make sense to me. It really doesn't, especially over-the-air TV, because now you're just adding more bullshit. Let's go check Benji's stash. Worst case, I end up crashing. That cop car is still stuck there. Okay, Albert Hoover's stash. So where's Shirley's? Oh, it's right behind me. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna need... I need a lab oven. And... acid. And phosphorus. Okay, it's curfew starting soon. He's still out dealing. We're gonna take a quick nap here. Alright, let's go and set up. Quick question. Azure, Ubuntu, VM, Docker, Apache 2 containers, some stuff. Port 8080. How to mount SSL from CF on VM, on Docker, inside container. Well, Docker is gonna not keep persistence with that, so you're gonna have to generate a certificate, and then, store that somewhere. So you're gonna have to grab the cert. I have never actually done it inside Docker. You can probably do the generation, then save the certificate somewhere else for it to reference. But you're also gonna have to set up the challenge question, I think it is. Yeah, I haven't really done Docker too much, so I'm kind of out of my depth on that stuff, but yeah. I mean, I've done Docker, but not for, like, publicly hosted, stuff. Although, I'm betting if you looked up, like, how to set up stuff with, like, an EKS or something like that, or, no, ECS, I think, is what does it. Okay, I'm gonna need to get some jars. Sour D, Granddaddy Perp. Yeah, no problem. I don't, and when you do figure out the answer, please share it with me, because I'm curious now. I haven't really done the Docker side of things, but, it seems interesting, because I haven't done too much self-hosting that needs a cert on Docker. I'm gonna need to get a pet chemistry station now. Oh wait, did you say SSL from CF? Did you purchase a Cloudflare certificate? Because I know you can grab one from Let's Encrypt, but Cloudflare, you would have to buy a cert. See, SSL certs are not free. So normally you have to buy it from like DigiCert or something like that. And once you do, you're going to have it on port 443. So you're going to need to open up that port, because port 80 is HTTP, but port 443 is HTTPS. Universal one if you're doing a subdomain. Oh. I mean, you can use that cert. I've just never done it. I've always done Let's Encrypt. I'm really curious, though. HD home runners fighting the companies for doing DRM antennas. Well, yeah, because I was looking at an HD home runner myself, because I wanted to set one up in my house to set up one antenna to go through everything. I always do Let's Encrypt. I'm here, tingling. If you stay, I'll share answer. Okay. I'm gonna be around for at least another 20 minutes or so. Because I've been on for a little over 6 hours. Holy shit, did I forget that was there? Goddamn spam calls. Yeah, you can share it on the Matrix server or the Discord server, either one. I just got sponsorship from Azure for my startup, so I'm trying to figure out. I'm familiar with GCP. A lot of it will adapt. Pretty much AWS, GCP, all of them do a lot of the same things, just in different ways. So it shouldn't be too confusing if you're, you know, a little familiar already. All right, so 3, 2, 5, 7, 9. Okay, 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay. See you later, pizza to pepperoni. Thanks for hanging out. Yes, they are, and you need to copy the configuration over and over. Oh, yeah. Well, the simple way to figure this out is if you actually learn to terraform your stuff. So here's a little tip I'll give you. Learn to terraform the stuff, and then you can create an easy CI/CD pipeline. Spacelift allows you to run it for up to 2 users for free. Have that hooked up to your OID, your SSO with your IDP using OICD for no extra charge. And then you tie that into your Git repo, whether you're using Bitbucket or whatever, GitHub, whatever. And then you can actually just manage all the configs over there, and then you can set it how you need. Now, you're talking about an ECS, so you could easily set up it to be scalable based on conditions, similar to what I do at work. I see Azure, it's phasing it out. That's weird. Terraform's still a pretty popular thing, so I'm not sure why they would be doing that, unless they're switching to like something else like OpenTofu or something. Let's see. Oh, I need to order a dead drop. Let's go pay off Albert. You're hungry again? Tofu. OpenTofu is the open source equivalent of Terraform. So the problem is Terraform recently changed their licensing and everything. So that way it became a pain because if you were a large enterprise, you'd have to actually pay for Terraform. Whereas OpenTofu can do all the same things as Terraform right now. There's no real difference. And it works just fine. Nope, I'm not running ACS. I'm running VM 3217 terabyte NVMe, dealing with real world map, and running my processes inside Docker. ECS or coin container apps, as Azure called them, will kill the budget. I need 300 to 500 gigabyte swap, and yeah, you got a good chunk of hardware that you're going to be putting out there. So, you sure Azure doesn't allow Terraform? That's just so weird, because I do it all day at with AWS. Cook liquid meth. Alright, let's get going. We're making my sweatshop a meth lab. So many steps involved. All right, we're making our meth. What's up, Boombox? It allows, but then it runs through its own network and builders and adds like 1 to 3 hops for processed data. By imports are 30 to 80 gigabyte each deploy. Starting not to love Azure a bit, but tinkering their billing is a pain. Yeah, I still am a partial to AWS. Oh, God. What are you doing in the server now? Alright, we're gonna make some more while we're at it. I think it errored out because it did not do the thing. Oh, for some reason it didn't delete that. Mom Levy, so you can't blame me. Gee, chemistry class is sure different. All right, let's go to the gas mart. Grab them seeds. Okay, he's got space for some. We're gonna get you some harder drugs, man. We're leveling you up. How to get around and where to host Open Tofu. Can you repeat the CI/CD pipeline you said? So, Spacelift can host the state files that you're going to need, because normally when you do these state files, it'll actually set them locally. So Spacelift at spacelift.io allows it for free for up to 2 users, and if you want, you can even set it up to connect into your identity provider, like Okta or something like that, using OICD, you would ideally want SAML, but you have to pay for the enterprise plan for that. Anyway, you host the Terraform files in a private Git repo, and then you'll hook your CI/CD, your Spacelift to it, and then it'll just read when you change this, you commit to it. You can attach it through a webhook. I completely forgot that I was growing weed. But yeah, I like Spacelift. We've been using it at work. It's great. Because otherwise then you have to make an S3 bucket and a DynamoDB to manage the state files, and it's very easy to overwrite the state files. Now, I think, as you know, it goes without saying, do not hard code your keys and stuff into your terraforms. You can have it pull from the variables and stuff. And this is honestly where Amazon shines a little bit more. Because I'd tell you, if you had Amazon, to get Amazon Q, their LLM, and it's so great because it actually knows your entire environment. So you can ask it questions about different data. Alright, I gotta go get more jars. All right. Don't trust them. Hard code your keys and put the GitHub. Vampire, you're a bad influence. I almost mod mode on that bot. Mod mode? Can't let the popo see my buzz. I never said I was a good influence. All right. Humans. I'll put users' passwords in GitHub and open text. You're not TF. Just MD5 hash them and put them in. Leave only root password in. I don't put any passwords in. I use a secrets manager. So another tip, Doppler. Doppler Secrets Manager is what I like to use for a lot of that stuff. They have a free plan as well. And then you can have it manage your secrets and then learn how to pull that in. I haven't done it with Terraform, but it should be pretty straightforward. They've got some decent documentation. OG Kush. No die to romance. Put me in a schoolroom with kids, I will teach them war crimes. I'm not a good influence. What are you, Canadian? You know what's actually funny is everyone looks at Canada as being nice, but I know their truth. They're the reason why they're the ones behind a lot of the reasons why the Geneva Convention has so many things. Like, you should look up the war crimes that Canada committed in World War I and World War II. Like, holy crap, some of that crap. Oh, so you're just in California. Gotcha. I'm kidding. Sort of. Let's go check on my meth house. I got meth. I bet this place smells like cat piss. If you've ever wondered what crack, no, wait. Crack's the one that smells like that. I learned that because there was always a funky smell in a certain neighborhood with some people. And then one of my buddies had to explain to me, no, that's actually what it smells like. And ever since then, I am never able to unhear that. Canada's like real pro-wife. Cute, nice, gentle, and watches Sherlock for tips on how to not get caught. That makes a lot of meth. Let's at least get this started. I like how it's labeled liquid meth. Let's leave that meth here. At one point, didn't they throw food into the other side until they got used to it, and then throw grenades so they wouldn't disperse before it was too late? Yep. Canadians did that. There were so many things that Canadians did that were effed up in the World War I and World War II. Geneva suggestions. Well, we just refer to it as the checklist. All right, let's see. Packaging station. Wait, did I just pick up the same thing? God damn it. Yes, I did. All right. All right. Let's go find us some crackheads. I'm sure somebody in the wheelchair actually needed that. Oh, come on. Yo, you shirtless. You look like you...
No.
Y'all want some crack? Y'all got some crack? I got crack for sale. Crackety crack crack. Am I gonna beat somebody? Instead of got milk, it's got crack. Exactly. Yeah, I want some crack. Y'all, please need some crack. Be like that Dave Chappelle crackhead. Y'all got some crack? No, Mr. Hanky, we don't want any. Okay. Parking lot next to Taco Ticklers. Should I take the deal? Or should I tell him to F off? They took our jobs. Ah. Trying to see what's the outcome of this. Well, let's see. Let's see. Schedule 1. Black SUV. Oh, this is the cartel. Thoughts on the new update? Well, I haven't really gotten that far into it, but I just got to talk to apparently the cartel. Can't get up until we have a hustler. 'Cause I'm a hustler, baby.
Huh.
Okay, so I need to get, seeds and stuff regularly going. Hold up. Are there crackheads here? There are crackheads here. But is the yellow on the Wu-Tang flag? Yep. I have the DEF CON and Wu-Tang flag. Surprised that you can actually see that from, that angle. I know a commercial that will fit you. So, what? Has this happened to you? I've fallen and can't get up. Then you need life alert. Huh? I'm not that old. Still got at least 30 years until I need that. Well, you keep making jokes like that, you'll be there faster than me. Good God. TID radio. Oh wait, is that the TID radio? Like the company? TID radio actually makes the radios that I use for my ham. I'll have to check it out in a sec. Let's see. God, it's catching up.
For me to fix the game, so I opened up my toolbox.
Oh. I'll have to check your message in a sec. Hey, thank you for following. It's always Eli. Alright. We got that taken care of. But yeah, I use a TID H8 myself for most of my daily needs. I mean, you can, but I've just been in an Aussie mood lately since the Prince of Darkness passed. God damn it, my inventory's full. I also got introduced to Laura, which seems dope. Oh yeah, I've been doing that for a few years. I primarily do Meshtastic with it. I know you're into guns, but knives? I have a few knives. I mean, you grow up in the Midwest, you're gonna be using knives, and I've had a knife on me daily since I was a little kid. Alright, let's see. Sour D's. God, I'm gonna have to get more jars. You have any online stores that sell other cool stuff or cheap stuff? Not really. A lot of my stuff ain't cheap. But crowd supply is really useful for finding a lot of these different projects, but some of it's cheap, some of it's expensive. It depends on what you're getting. $35 OG Kush would be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Okay, so 7 jars. You're learning to use a Bala song. Which one's that? Oh, that's the flip around thing. Thoughts on Cubes OS seems complex, but want to learn. Have you tried it? Oh, I've been using that for years. Is that your main OS? No. But I did main it for a few years as well, not main it, but it's one of the mains that I use. Which OS are your mains or favorites? I main Pop OS for most things. Parrot OS is my ethical hacking distro. And then, Cubes OS is what I like to use for security stuff, when I need to isolate things a little bit better. And then, oftentimes I like to use Debian and stuff. I like more of the Debian stuff. Okay. I like Debian. Simple and straightforward, really well put together. Yeah. I've been using it for many years. Stupid cops. And we got Granddaddy Perp, so we're gonna need more Sour D. Alright, let's get back to my house. Have you tried the framework laptops? I haven't tried them in a few years. Last I tried them a few years ago, they were kind of flimsy. But I hear they've made some improvements. I just haven't really got them. I've been going with other brands. I eventually want to try the Risk V laptop they have. I will in a sec. I don't have my TikTok phone near me right now. Unfortunately, the message wouldn't pop up on the computer. Something about the format not being right. But I will check it in a second. Because I will be off stream in... Oh, yeah. Very shortly after I save this. Because I've been on a little bit longer than I wanted it. Yeah, the Risk V seems to be the best one they've created so far. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard the framework is really great, too. Yeah. Man, I've been streaming for a while, but I think that is where I am going to call it a night. Thank you all for joining me. If you haven't already, make sure to check all of my socials. I am on Blue Sky, I'm on Mastodon, I'm on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, all the things, you know? And then, of course, don't forget to join the Matrix and Discord servers already. And I will be back on stream probably Wednesday. Give myself a break tomorrow. And there's been some YouTube videos. I've had plenty of YouTube videos come out. There's going to be another one coming out tomorrow and the day after. I will check your thing, TID Radio, as well, very shortly. Once I get on my TikTok phone, I have a separate phone for that. But thank you all for joining. If you're over on Twitch, make sure to stick around for the raid. But I love y'all. Stay safe. And as always, happy hacking. See you around.